It's going to be a bit weird to say this, but good afternoon. How's it going? Hello. I'm back. I am ready to go. Imagine not looking at Discord though, Luck. Yeah. Imagine. That's crazy.
Dripping down my bum furrow.
Hello, Sky. How you doing? What's going on? Your internet tricked you. What does that mean? Alright, this'll have to do. Are you fucking kidding me? My game just crashes instantly. Alright, that's fun. Said you were playing Genshin Impact and you came running only for the title to be updated to Witcher. Well, why would it say that I was playing Genshin Impact? My title hasn't said that I was playing Genshin Impact since the first time I played Genshin Impact. There's no way it would say I'm playing Genshin Impact. There's no way.
Witcher or not, you've still to the guard brings peace to our domains. Flout its writ and rot in chains.
Also, if I ping everybody in the Discord, you should probably read that. You know, that's probably important stuff. I don't ping everybody very often, but it's probably important. Fuck me, what is happening? How was the vaccine? The vaccine was fine. It's probably not going to do anything for a couple of hours, so... If anything's going to happen, it's probably not going to happen till later. Yesterday you had another RPG session. It was kind of bad. It really was just a shitty boss fight and then it ended. Nah, that's not always a bad thing. Sometimes you have sessions like that. where it is just a boss fight and then it ends. Wasn't bragging about 5G. That's just what the thing is, isn't it? It's sort of COVID and 5G. It's all the same thing, isn't it?
It seems I'm still Hanover.
But yeah, I just gotta wait a couple of weeks and then I'm fully vaccinated, although I'm not technically fully vaccinated because apparently there's like a third one and it's probably going to be a fourth one at some point. So that's fun. Did I go to the GP? I did not. Code, hello. How you doing? Nem, hello.
Circle him! Circle him!
Got him. Okay, at least I got a quick travel point back here. So my game's already crashed twice. That's fun. Don't know why it would do that. Probably this ridiculous spell I'm using. What is this?
It's gotta be.
Well, that could have gone better. I could have upgraded my sword there, but unfortunately, the thing decided to die to ice instead. Maybe I should have used fire. 'Cause fire isn't an instant kill. I should have used fire. God damn it. Surprised you're not telling me to save every 4 minutes.
Must be Delonne's residence.
Knock knock.
Gotta find a way inside.
Open up. Oh, he could have grabbed that. Who's left? Oh, just this guy. Alright. Who did we rescue?
Cannot handle this. It simply cannot. Oh, Lebiola's wounds.
Calm down. It's over.
These couple of days have been a bit stressful, to say the least.
Forgive me my momentary loss
Mouse
of
and keyboard died.
Are you in need of
Guessing the
accoutrements,
USB
monsieur?
ports. The controller is dying from the motherboard. But now you're using old spare parts and haven't shut down this piece of brick. It's giving you more signs of death. Oh dear.
Looking for scrolls, manuscripts, bearing diagrams of Witcher gear specifically. Any chance you've happened on any?
I've not yet managed to inventory the sundries. I arrived just a short while ago. The bandits arrived with their terror.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure
Few
why
about if you so wish.
my game is crashing when I go to that spot specifically.
What do you have that you're willing to sell? Thanks.
Alright. Check out the houses. What do we got? Ah.
Another tale of a life compromised and ultimately claimed by greed and ambition.
Wait, that was the only piece there? Oh, and then the next part is in the bit that keeps crashing. Why though? This is the area that keeps crashing. What am I supposed to do now? Can I get the key? Do one of these guys have the key? Ah. There is the key. Maybe check the integrity of the game files. I mean, everything else seems to be fine. It just happens to be that one area. Maybe I'm just getting overloaded with because I'm being attacked by like 20 enemies at once. And I'm shattering those enemies into pieces. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, these guys keep disappearing way sooner. Alright, that'll do. Ah!
Every Witcher's felt it. The urge to drop it all and ride off.
Got him. Have I tried turning it off and on again? I have not tried that, no.
This one decided to act on the urge. Cause to be damned.
Maybe it's time. Maybe that will actually work.
But I'll make good use of them.
My 5G implant is interfering with the game files. Ah, you could be right. Yet. Alright, I guess the stream is over. The stream is dead. 5G has ruined everything. Ricky, hello. How are you doing? I guess I have to go up here and then jump across. The alien probe side effects. Don't know about that. Wait, could I have gone a different way? No. But yeah, I mean, everything's fine at the moment. I don't feel any different. It's probably going to take a couple of hours to kick in. They said that I should stay, like, super hydrated and make sure I drink lots of fluids. I didn't do that last time. It was fine. Wait, is that it? We done? No, we seem to be done. You got a bit sick the day after for like 2 days and then you were fine again. I'm just not excited at the prospect of potentially having to take a day off due to being sick because of the COVID vaccine. That's what I'm not looking forward to. It probably still won't stop me, even if I'm like sick and in bed or whatever.
But a lot of this damage is recent.
I'll probably still find a way to just be like, nah, I'm fine.
Should look around still.
I can still stream.
Signs of a fight. Paw prints, beastly ones, that's clear. Just on this spot though. Aerial attack. Must have been. Blood. Man of the fresh variety. Monstrous scale. Dragon.
It's
gotta be clear from the claw. Maybe a basilisk. Never seen one like this. Smile too. Judge any variety I know.
I have no idea what he's saying right now.
A little different.
Just lay in bed with the controller. Unfortunately,
Area's dangerous. I'd say there's a basilisk
my
nesting
bed is
around
nowhere
here.
near my
It'd be
PC.
wise to remain at some distance.
Yes, I'm familiar with the matter, and quite proud to say a basilisk does nest here. I look after it personally.
Look after it? It's not exactly a pet. Beasts murdering folk who come through here.
Just a minute. It does not murder those who do not trespass upon its territory. I posted a number of signs, warnings, specifically to prevent anyone from coming to any harm.
Yes, he was saying multiple voice lines at the same time, because sometimes when he examines things,
Right here.
you
Most
can
likely a merchant, the poor bloke. Just
jump
today, I learned
to
from
cancel the
traders
animation
that
of
despite the
searching
signs,
for clues,
I came as quick as I could
and then
to
you can
warn
search
them.
another one and it
Nicholas,
overlaps the voice
I've
lines.
instructed my servants. They shall take the body, return it to the family with a generous sum as recompense.
Pay the victim's family's compensation? Why?
These lands have been my family's for decades, granted to us by Duchess Ademarta. Beyond them, the basilisk ventures not, hunts not, it does not kill or destroy. Provided it is not provoked. Yet if it does destroy, if it kills, I compensate all for their loss, from my own coffers.
Your coffers. Got a store of sons and husbands in there to compensate for those shredded by your beast?
Naturally, I cannot revive the dead, but I do make generous restitution to their loved ones. Just last summer, I paid a leather tooler's widow 800 crowns. This unfortunate
800?
to be duly indemnified as well.
It's Gunnarson. Oh.
Claim this to be the last surviving basilisk? How do you figure?
The last of this subspecies.
Pretty sure I had a fight
Their
against a
population
basilisk
was much
in
larger
Velen.
at one time, see, before the beech forests were felled.
Mean to suggest a direct correlation between beechwood forest density and basilisk populations?
Indirect, I prefer to contend. Beechwood forests are the chief habitat of roe deer, you see. In turn, a staple of the basilisk diet. When roe deer grew scarce, basilisks made humans their staple food. Enter the witchers. And thus, we've come to this one last specimen. It's a female. As recently as last year, we still had 2. But Jocast's mate passed on, alas.
Eocast?
Should she not have a name? My father dubbed her in honor of my dear departed mother. Jocast was brooding then. 2 eggs. That she cast from her nest, alas, when the male perished.
Wait, what? Fess up!
Who exactly are you? And how'd you develop such an interest in the beast?
Count Borges, happy to be of service.
Count
As to the
fucking
beast,
boring, more
this
like.
subspecies
Got
is
him.
our dynastic symbol. The Desalfareses have for centuries signed with the Regulus Platinum. As family legend has it, a female of the species rescued an ancestor, a boy at the time, from a burning building. She took the tyke back to her nest, where she fed him as if he were one of her own youngsters.
Malarkey.
To be sure, but beautiful malarkey it is.
Malarkey.
Basilisk nesting.
That's
Any
not
idea?
something Geralt
Not
would
an
say.
idea. But you don't really expect me to tell you. Those are not toy swords. I know your intentions.
Find it myself then. Easy to track with its distinct paw prints. Mentioned 2 merchants, so I might also look for the other corpse. Strange. These burn marks. Beast's venom make them? Subspecies must be highly toxic.
It is so indeed. The wound from a sterling basilisk festers long.
Need to brew a potion that'll neutralize that. Busted barrels.
Tofu, hello.
Must
I'll
have been
ghost
tanned in
it.
there, used to treat leather.
It's like how goes it.
That's how the scent got
Pretty
its
good.
scale.
Your
Not heard that
code
one
is so
before.
Very curious. Strong sense especially intrigue her. The barrels, they must have drawn her in. Drawn her to the caravan.
Busted barrels slimed with venom. Hallmarks of an attack. Basilisk must have caught the second victim here. Anyway, got 2 scents. Venom and tannin. Ought to be enough to track the beast.
Why track her at all? Your caste is protected. Her death would forever destabilize the ecosystem. Who knows what would happen? I see unforeseeable.
Are you following me?
Down the line. Simply refrain from.
How are you still talking so loudly?
Harm her not, and she too will leave you untouched.
Odors dispersed. Seems to be everywhere. Basilisk must be high in the sky. Bloodstains. Clear as day. Scents perceptible again. Just as I expected. Second victim.
I mean, this dragon is dying.
Unscathed. Basilisk must have been dragging him back to its nest for later. Dropped him for some reason. Wonder why. something, but it's no basilisk screech. Human voices.
Yeah, I just have permanent no clip on.
Yamo, Harry, prepare the equipment. Beast wandered off somewheres. We got to lure it back. And who might you be?
Funny, about to ask you the same.
They call us the Reavers.
Reavers? Wouldn't happen to hail from Crinfrid, would you?
Aye, we do. But how's it you know? And again, who the hell are you?
So apparently they didn't put one of those swabs on with the tape after I got my my jab.
Geralt of Rivia, I'm a witcher. Know your brethren in arms. Bohold, Kenneton Desbret, New Boy too.
Ah, you're that witcher. Aye, Bohold mentioned you. Said you swing a mean sword.
A professional.
I also play a
Good
mean
you came
pinball.
along. Could take on the brute together. Talk is the venom's something horrifying. Could use another pair of hands. Fee what we've gotten from the guild. We'll share it fair and square. You in?
Gentlemen, this hurts my ears and pains my heart. You aim to kill your caste? It cannot be. The creature is protected. If you fear to lose the guild's reward, I shall repay it, and reward you doubly to leave the beast be. You cannot slay the last living specimen of a near-extinct subspecies.
I absolutely can.
Willing to pay, are you? Long as we do nothing? That's rather novel. What say you to that, Master? Far as I know, beasts culled the human race by 5 already.
Kill it.
Beast has to die. We work together, we'll make quick work of it.
After all I told you of your caste, you would murder her? Or you will regret this, friend. I know folk. I shall tell them you slew the last surviving specimen.
Good.
Sorry, Master de Salvarez. Actually, not sorry. A monster's a monster.
Sorry, not sorry.
Silvery, plaid, or polka-dotted, last or next to last specimen, doesn't matter. It's a dangerous predator that kills humans. Enough said.
Yeah, the tattoos in this game aren't great.
Herbalists, alchemists, I know many. They will despise you. I shall tell them of a heartless cur who cares not an ounce for balance in nature. You shall pay arms and legs for their wares. More!
Somebody plug this Lorden's gob, eh? Right, Master Witcher. How do we aim to fight the filth? We've crossbows. Comply with bolts while you do the hack and slash. Or all go at it as a bunch, blades in hand, fire in our hearts. You decide. You're the one with experience.
Actually, maybe I should have not killed it.
Use your crossbows, keep her on the ground. Good idea.
Did you say her?
It's a female, yeah.
Hear that, lads? We've a learned witcher here. 100 spans out, and he spotted what the lizard's got between its legs. Right now, lads. You've heard the specialist. Ready your crossbows.
All good and fine, but the monster's not in its
Is
nest.
ointment the
Gotta track
thing
it
that's
down
like a
first.
cream you put
Not
on
all
wounds?
necessary games.
Yeah.
Into it. Gave it a think. Traders use tannin to lure the beast. Who says we can't do the same?
Yes, I believe that is
You
correct.
got any tannin?
Came into a bit, aye. Yeah, willing to do the honours?
Alright. I'm gonna die.
There.
Grab your bellies! Shoot the bitch down!
No! Ah. Nah, I'm not gonna get it. Oh, the last hit. God damn it. Bad news. Your eye is back to being bad, and now you need to spread an ointment inside your eye. Oh, why? Why are you telling me
Mentioned
this?
some fee from a guild.
Ugh.
I hear you right?
You're a pro at putting your finger. Oh, no. I'm not even reading that. No.
Right thorough. Your share, friend. Every last copper as we agreed.
Not reading that.
We'll collect us a few of them silver scales and a tail. Proof for the guild, right?
And we'll get word of you to some folk. Merchant folk, meaning. They ought to treat you right.
Thanks, and farewell.
Give me that basilisk trophy. How are you?
Your cust, my poor
Look
your
at me,
cust,
Lord.
Sobbing over
cruelly
the vermin
slaughtered
filth.
like a
Let him
common
be them all.
beast.
Blubbered a fair bit yourself.
It's cruelly slaughtered like a common beast. Yeah, well, maybe it shouldn't have acted like a common beast, eh? You ever think about that? Idiot. I like how his reasoning for the whole thing was, oh yeah, the basilisk doesn't kill anyone unless it encroaches on their territory. Yet, I'm pretty sure that wasn't part of its territory, and that the only reason it went there is because it was drawn there by the tannin. So, really, that guy's reasoning doesn't really make sense, does it? How do you get cured leather from a panther you've just killed? That doesn't make any sense. Like, why would you get a cured leather? Leather I could understand. Then you should have to cure it yourself. What's going on over here? Oh, fuck no. Alright, that marker wasn't on my map. There are some markers that aren't showing up on my map for some reason. I don't know why. Yes, expend those charges. Where's the treasure?
Blow itself didn't kill him. Bled to death afterwards. got here? No
Orders.
chance this letter wound up here by accident.
Orders that I'm not reading. See, glass eye doesn't sound too bad, but at the same time, it's just like, you wouldn't need to rub ointment on a glass eye, I don't think. Find the sunken wagon in the lake.
Let's dance.
Going with the poison, I guess. Ah. Alright, so we got one over here, we got 3 over here, and then that's all of the question marks. So I think it is. Wait, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, 6. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, I guess this is 7. Oh, and then 8 is up there. Okay. I see. You know, it's funny. If it had got to the point where my game kept crashing while I was trying to do one of the bases, I was just going to switch over and play Gwent. I'm not going to lie.
Job is like a lady. You can always get a new one.
Master Witcher, come here, please.
Although that being said, I have already done the tutorial.
Quick if I were you, before it starts festering.
I need to redo the tutorial somehow.
Called for a healer, and you look like none such. Not even a quack.
And if you wanted a Witcher to help you, you should have thought twice about being rude.
Forgive me. The pain's so blasted bad, it's darkened my mood. A foulness has made its lair in the grotto. I barely escaped with my life. I've been eyeing the cave for a storehouse quite some time. Would you look inside?
Sure.
See what I can do. Wait here, and you need to clean that wound, trust me.
Well, the only thing that I know that's different about it is that it uses 2 rows instead of 3. Other than that, I have no idea what's different about it. What? This thing is definitely in the trap. Ah, damn.
Wonder what happened.
Just one attack short. Ah, man, that's so annoying. If you get it on the 10th hit, it doesn't count. It already needs to be at 10 for it to count. There's a lot more going on. Well, maybe if I start playing it, I can actually convince Aquila to play a game against me, because it was his idea in the first place, and then he, I don't know, just decided that he didn't want to.
So, will you see what's amiss in my storehouse?
Done that already.
I think he came to the conclusion that he didn't like, that he wasn't going to be as good
And how am I to prevent
at the
them from crawling
standalone
back
game.
Don't know. I kill monsters, don't predict the future.
You needn't be cross, Witcher. You shall get a good price on all my goods. In gratitude.
A bit like when we were playing
Come back in
fighting
2
games,
days' time. You will see the fine storehouse I've made.
and we were playing Tekken,
I'm on.
and I wiped the floor with him in Tekken, and then he was just like, maybe we'll play Street Fighter instead, because he thought he was better at Street Fighter, and he was. He was better at Street Fighter than he was at Tekken. He just didn't realize that I was also much better at Street Fighter than I was at Tekken. So again, he didn't even get a round in Street Fighter, despite thinking that he was gonna do better because he was better at Street Fighter. Shame that. Crying shame.
Something's not right.
Leave me alone.
Guarded by what exactly? Ah! I mean, yes, true. He did say to leave her alone, and I did. For the most part. You know what? I probably could take on this werewolf now. DJ, hello. How you doing? There's still a werewolf here? Yep, there it is. It appeared out of nowhere. Get back here. Yes. But yeah, no pink armor. I don't have enough pink dye for pink armor. At least I don't think I do. Let's have a look. Do I have enough pink dye for pink armor? Nah, see, I've only got two pink dyes. Like that. I've got 5 yellows, though. Look how bright that yellow is. See, I actually don't mind the yellow on the chest. The yellow on the chest isn't bad. I got 3 greys. Three browns. Brown's not that good. Blue's a bit weird. I don't like the turquoise. Kind of like the purple. Black is a little bit... I don't know. I like black on the trousers. Pretty nice. I don't know. I like the color of this armor the way it is. That's why I'm using it. Pretty much the one of the only reasons I'm using it. Okay, so we can do that one over there. I still technically need to do that over there, but my game keeps crashing every time I go there. I need to go over there, and I can do that. So if I go there, if I go here, then I can go here, here, here. This one, I can go here, up to here. Actually, I'm about as far away from it on this side, so I might as well just pull the horse in.
Move it.
Oh wait, I think I got a new armor piece for Roach. We'll go for that one instead. Looks much nicer. So TJ, how's life? How's things? Have you managed to resolve your tree problem yet? I've been meaning to ask you for a while. Did that all get sorted?
That's it, Roach.
Alright, what are they infested by?
More breeding ground. Gotta destroy it if they're to disappear for good.
Alright, I need to go repair some stuff. You have some landscaping quotes to repair the lawn. Still no insurance money. Not sure if he had insurance. What? Take him to court then. Sue him. Get the money out of him that way. Did you actually find out if he was, because you... The thought was that he was driving drunk or something? And crashed into your tree? Is that... Did that end up being a thing, or do do we not know? And I say we, like I'm personally invested in this somehow. I'm of course using the royal we. Stop toxicking me.
Kiki more breeding ground. Gotta destroy it if they're to disappear for good.
That's the most likely explanation. Can you actually take somebody to court like that and sue them to like pay for damages and stuff, or is that not something that's on the table? Is this the way I came from? That is the way I came from. The arm is fine. It's probably gonna get a little bit it's probably gonna get a little bit sore later on, but not really much I can do about that. Sword, hello. You were having so much fun watching that Gwent streamer. Now you have to watch me instead. I mean, like I said yesterday, you don't have to. Like, no one's forcing you to be here. No one's forcing anyone to be here. What the fuck? The hell? What the? Come on. "5G does not give you COVID." The game doesn't want to let me out. I also need to find the treasure in here, but can't see where it's supposed to be. You can, but it can be a hassle. It might not be worth it, and some of the lawn issues are not from the accident. Oh, I see. Oh, I guess that's it. There we go. Yeah, this whole 5G gives you COVID thing is so dumb. Like, even as a meme, it's so dumb. What the fuck? Let me out. Thank you. You got one of those cool surveying people about how old they are, and have you taken the shot? Right.
Come on. Breeding ground. Good.
Oh. Is there something significant about that call? Like... It's humanity being humanity. Yeah, a bunch of dumbasses. There's a quote that I always think about. That as dumb as it sounds, I think this quote was Tommy Lee Jones's character in Men in Black 2, I think, where he said that individual people aren't dumb, but people in general are dumb. Something like that. That's not the right quote, but it's something along those lines. Got to mention the part where they asked, do you think there will be a surge in COVID cases in September? And sadly, your answer is yes. I mean, I also think there's going to be a surge in COVID cases. Because that's when school starts again. There's been a surge in COVID cases in the past couple of weeks since the lockdowns ended. Like, what do they think is going to happen? What's that? People started going outside again and then there was a load more COVID cases. How did that happen? What two events could have linked those two things together? Oh, we have no idea. Oh, it's so unexplainable. COVID cases here are already starting to go back up in Ontario. Yeah, I mean,
Don't know if you... Yes.
that sounds about right. I mean, they're gonna go up everywhere. Like, this is the really dumb mentality that I think people showed, and I say people, I mean like governments, I guess, where it was just like, oh, we were in a lockdown and COVID cases went down. That means it must be safe for people to go back outside. Like, yes, of course COVID cases went down. Nobody left their house. And now everybody's super surprised that COVID cases are going back up again. It's just like, how could this have happened? I don't know. I'm not claiming to be an expert or anything by any means, but it just seems real dumb that even someone like me can see the correlation between those two things. But yes, everybody should pretty much just take a page out of my book and just never leave the house. Like, I got my second COVID shot. Oh shit, I didn't mean to do that one. That's annoying. Yeah, I got my second COVID shot. I'm done now. I never have a reason to leave the house ever again. He's still in the animation for having his sword out, despite the fact that he doesn't have a sword in his hand. What was that noise? There were rumors going around that the government would start closing things down soon, but every business here that's making bank right now during the summer will lose their shit. Yeah. No, that's probably accurate.
Vengeance will be mine.
I hope.
Or in death to come. I am Maximus Nunius Macrinus. Vengeance will be mine, in this life or in death to come.
Aha! Silver always pays his debts. Okay. In the house. Nope. Nope. I saw a magnifying glass thing on the map. What is that? Oh, upstairs maybe. Yeah. Secret tunnel. Nautimus Maximus. The only reason you go out is to work, otherwise you stay in your little wolf den hiding. Nice. That's the way to do it. Lana, good afternoon. How you doing?
Run, Roach.
Run, Roach. Brickus dickus. And his wife. You can't forget about his wife. Bandits? Be bandits, please. Yeah, bandits. Yeah, I'm gonna save you.
Not your lucky day.
That guy just called me a chode. I think you'll find it's Leviosa. Alright, who's got the key? Don't tell me the key's in here. Blood for the blood god. You're going to start your SWOTOR session. Ah. Good choice. Am I going to play that game at some point on the stream? I started it. But I was kind of burnt out from playing so much Final Fantasy XIV that I just couldn't play it anymore. I couldn't play another MMO, so I stopped playing that for a bit, but I do plan on going back to it. I did really enjoy what I played of it. Maybe I don't need a key. So I don't see any of these guys with a key. Yeah, maybe I can just open it. Oh no, I do need a key. Where the fuck is this key? Thinking there'll be the next expansion in this year's December. I did hear that. We're doing the Inquisitor story. What, did you... Oh, there's the key. Maybe.
You saved my life. I thank you.
Did you finish the spy story? Was it as good as everybody said that it was? Okay, I need to go here and do that, and I need to go there and do that. I should be high enough level to do those now. Oh, I still need to return to the bleeding tree as well. That's pretty good. Okay.
Damn it.
Oh, wait, this is where the Spriggan was. if I remember rightly. You prefer the Force user stories. Me too. I actually really liked what I played of Sith Inquisitor. Okay, this one doesn't seem to be... Opsy, hello. Aha! Insta-kill. Yeah, when I was playing the Old Republic before, I got pretty far in the Inquisitor storyline. Like, to the point... Well, only to the point where I unlocked another... I think I unlocked the second companion, which I think is the orange Jedi chick. I can't remember her name. Aha. Yeah, that's the one. The Tortuga. the Isle of Tortuga. Yeah, she seems cool.
Drink! Give me a drink!
You think Jedi stories are more interesting played dark side? See, I also think the opposite is true. I think that dark side stories, like the Sith stories, are more interesting when they're played light side.
So, you met the witch. You must have. What did you learn?
I can lift the curse, free her, by performing a ritual, making a sacrifice of her kerchief and Gareth's remains. But we gotta start at the right time. When the hour comes, I'll light 4 fires for the 4 winds, then begin the ritual.
Fires? Then I shall be of use to you after all. Seems you need wood. Much of it.
Chop as much as you can. I'll see to the rest.
You shot a dark side Jedi counselor. It's been interesting. Nice. You're a little annoyed at one thing, though. When it comes to the stories and alignments, dark side does not mean stupid side.
My turn.
Yeah, it does.
And talk to the woman enchanted in the tree. No idea how this will turn out, so just in case, stand at a distance. And if you see me draw my sword, run.
Light the southern fire.
Look your last to the world's 4 winds. From the south, not a word.
Light the eastern fire.
From the east, no cry is heard.
Light the northern fire.
From the north, silent sighs.
Right,
From
the west,
the west peer hollow eyes. Cease your vigil. Dead he lies. Hear me, you who hide beneath this bark. The day of your freedom has come. Behold a kerchief, proof of your love for another.
And
Behold, a bone of he to whom you offered your love.
Gareth, my Gareth, he shall never return.
So it's always fun to go. I'm tired of your ramblings. Have a little shock to quicken your thinking.
Is his love for me gone?
But you have to be a carrot and stick.
Did he stay true?
Yeah.
Gareth remained faithful to the end of his days.
What's the expression? You catch more flies with honey
Depart.
or something?
I've waited too long. I've suffered too much. And now I wish to go.
Farewell, milady.
I thank you, stranger. And you, my knight. I thank you for speaking to me. For standing vigil at my feet.
Yeah, something like that. Oh, I have news,
Think it would end this way.
by the way.
I hoped we could.
I'm actually going to be social tomorrow.
I guess it was
Outside of streaming. I know, right? Yeah.
You did well. Here, your pay. And the book is yours as well.
Thanks. Take care of yourself.
I mean, it's still an online
So long,
thing,
Witcher.
but
I must think. Put this straight in my head.
yeah, I may be joining a game of Cards Against Humanity tomorrow. I'm just kind of... I'm a little bit hesitant in the sense that I don't know how many people are going to be there. So it's kind of one of those situations where it's just like, oh my god, is there going to be like 20 people there and I'm just going to get completely overwhelmed? I haven't played Cards Against Humanity for years. They're not going to put you participating this time? Ah, no. I'll be honest, I was kind of hoping that you would be there to save me. I think they said that it was... I think Callie said that it was going to be 10 o'clock? Well, that's the thing. That's the thing that I'm worried about as well. I'm worried that my sense of humor is gonna be not.
You'll never learn.
I mean, it's Cards Against Humanity, so there's going to be a certain aspect of that kind of thing. I'm just worried. My sense of humor could be considered controversial by some, I guess.
Gotta be.
Alright, this is the place where my game has crashed twice today already, so... It's probably because of this spell. Sorry, sign. It's blowing up too many people at once. Boom, got him. You have a clip of Callie saying, I've killed many babies, so what? Oh, God. Yeah, I don't think I've ever been clipped saying something like that. Oh, that guy just got one shot. That guy just called me a butt munch. Okay, well, it hasn't crashed yet. I did. I've saved after every little group. Alright, where do I go now? Up the ladder? Up the ladder. Antoine Starling's dragon. He's gonna do what with my dingaling? Well, that went pretty well. Yeah, I think it's just because I was in that middle section and I was just constantly spamming that AoE move. Okay, so that's actually the last of those nightly missions that I have to do.
A moment of your time, may I? Well, well. Starling Strakenov, House Pam Titled Harlotsbrud has bit the
There's no
dust.
way there's actually a house
May he
called
rest
Bum
in
Diddled
pain
Harlot's
and
Brood.
agony. You've earned
He made that
yourself
up.
a steep price cut here, Witcher.
Show me wait. Stragan. Name's familiar. Ran into him a while back.
What's this? He must have been a horrible hound shaker. Decent folk don't bear that name.
Can't say if that's true for all the Stragons, but this one sure wasn't decent. Met a bad end, too. Justly so.
You carved up the knob copper. I knew it.
Druids did it for me, actually. Burned him alive.
Oh, lovely, lovely.
Ah, well, this guy got burned alive as well, so...
See you later.
There we go. Oh yeah, we're on the scavenger hunt as well, aren't we?
How am I to enjoy an evening of fun with my jewels all pinched and potted? My hand shakes so bad, I cannot hold my tools.
Patrolling on an empty stomach. Oof, dreadful.
Aha.
Witcher and Armorer. Both had shit luck.
I think that's all of the yeah, that's all of the Grandmaster armor sets as well. Did I read what it said on the left? No. Read?
Patrolling on an empty
I don't know how to read. That's not true. I do know how to read. The thing is, there's no point in me trying to read it, because it disappears sooner than I can finish reading it.
Helped you finish the statue.
It's just up there for a little bit, and then it's gone.
Master, what would I have done without you? Countless throngs of Lepiota's followers will praise in prayer.
And you'll pay me, right?
But of course, your reward. The Infestor is a serious man of enterprise. Our plan foresees mass conversions. With the donations that will follow, we aim to recoup the costs of production in 3 to 5 years. Everything has been calculated, you see, down to the last decimal.
Good luck then. Farewell.
I got more money from that than I did from, you know, the bank.
I imagine you've been all over the world, Sir Witcher.
Look, I'm not going to let that go. It was ridiculous.
Scent leads to this door.
The Camerlenga best not be late.
time of heroes is dead, Witcher. We men are monsters now.
Greetings, Knight. I've heard reports of feats of great bravery. Thus, please accept this reward for your dedication, sir.
That doesn't seem like a lot. He had me doing 15 missions.
Well, see you later.
Go in peace for a night.
Alright. 1% bonus XP from monsters, 1% bonus XP from humans and non-humans, 3% bonus gold. Yeah, I mean, the one that I've got now seems to be better. It just has 2% less bonus gold, which doesn't seem to apply ever. Alright, let's do this mission as well while we're here.
Sorry to interrupt, I guess.
This is not what it seems. Word of honor. I tripped, rolled, and tumbled, and landed where she already lay.
Psst! Hughes! That's not him!
I swear, this is all an unfortunate coincidence. A series thereof. What?
That's not my husband.
You mean, not your husband?
No.
Who are you? And why are you in my home? Out! Now!
Sorry, your
Summon the
home?
guards.
I don't like your tone.
Watch your tone, Gramps. Just here to talk.
I believe we have nothing to talk about.
Oh, we do. Just to kick things off, you're in great form for a man your age.
I eat well, start the day with a glass of wine. That preserves a body wonderfully.
Interesting. Might try it. Say, ever heard of Reginald Dobry, his statue?
Everyone in the city's heard of it. Reginald's a paragon, a national hero.
Announcement!
A hero, you say?
That's so. You seem well informed, Hughes. Maybe you know who stole Reginald's testicles.
I can explain everything. This...
He's using it as an aphrodisiac. The Rattled, thank you for the follow.
No,
appreciate it.
Too. This really is not my day.
Got you, you rogue! Prepare for a shellacking, scallop! What the love's this? Rosalinda! One, I could forgive you, but two at one time!
Wait, got nothing to do with this.
Take me for a fool? I'll teach you to fish in another man's pond!
I mean, I'm going to tell him to go home. It seems like it is his home. Unless this is the old man's house.
Go home.
Yes, that'll be best.
Seems like this is the old man's house, actually.
I don't know you, but that would have gone horribly for me had you not intervened.
That's the way to do it. Get that extra XP, you know?
Mm-hmm. So, time to talk.
Rosalinda, my dove, please allow us a moment.
It would have been, yeah.
All right.
Go home. This is my home.
I stole the stones, and you will never believe it, but they work. Today, Rosalinda and I will 3 times and counting.
3 times? Impressive.
isn't it? At my age. That's more than the entire last decade.
All the same, you stole those stones and you gotta return them.
Listen, perhaps we might strike a deal. Hmm?
What kind of deal?
Let me keep the stones. I'll pay you. Grant me this, I beg you. They've made me young again.
Perhaps I could lend them to you for one more day. What would you say to that?
A day is 3 more rumps at the least. You've a deal, sir.
Wait 1 day. Alright. I'm just gonna wait right outside his house while he gets it on with Rosalinda. He's just gonna be sat there listening the whole time. Might as well make it day as well.
Let me live.
Give me the stones, Jack.
I'm back.
Shh. Not so loud. You wake her. She'll want another go.
Wake who? Rosalinda?
Louisa, her cousin. She's
you what?
Gracious. Got an inexhaustible appetite, but I'm tapped out. What's it matter that the spirit is willing when the flesh is simply spent? My heart near leapt out of my chest last time. Here, you must take the testes, and Lebioda grant you strength, as I dare say you will need it.
I mean, let's go visit Triss first before we give these back, shall we?
One of the knights withdrew from the tourney. They say it was because it obtained.
To be honest.
All right.
Alright, where are you? Here? Down here?
Nice tune.
This guy? This guy.
Well, have you recovered Reginald's family jewels?
Oh, I have.
Got them back.
Lepioda's luscious lips, it's them! It's really them! I hope this modest reward nonetheless conveys the extent of my gratitude. And look
5 XP. And a Reginald figurine.
No charge.
Hell yeah. Wait, I can do what now? Did he just say I could stroke Reginald? Alright, Fists of Fury.
Nothing special.
Don't die! Oh. Oh, it does actually give you a buff. Alright, I need to go back.
Witcher? Was that truly necessary?
I can actually stroke Reginald to get a buff. Oh, where was it? Where was it? Fuck, I can't remember where it was. How did I get there? Where the fuck was the penis statue?
Oh.
Oh God, I can't remember how to get there.
What's new,
I think it's
Silverlocks? Looking for
up
diversion?
here. Yeah, this seems about right. All right, let's have a look.
I thank you for your help.
Oh, do I have to wait for him to nail them back on?
His offspring.
Oh my God, how long does it take? Aha.
Can't believe I'm actually doing this.
Give him a little reach around. What buff did that give me? How do I check my buffs? Can I check my buffs somehow? How do I check my buffs? Oh, I can make some pink dye. Does it give extra stamina, does it? Yeah, there doesn't seem to be any way to check my buffs. For whatever reason. Alright, anyway, back to the Fists of Fury.
Aubrey has returned, not to be missed. Buy your tickets now.
There's naught to be done about them.
Would you care to challenge still waters? Come here!
I'll challenge Still Waters. The feeling of a crash investigation. The crash so hard your Visual Studio is crashing when it tries to load the symbols of the stack trace. Nothing quite like it. Now, I'm not gonna lie. None of that made any sense to me.
To a duel.
Alright, bring it on. Okay, it looks like 2 heavies is better than 3 light.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Witcher defeats the previously invincible Still Waters. And what about it was? Freed of his vow, the
Your blows are strong and true. My congratulations.
Thanks.
Have you naught to add? I'm a woman. No wry remarks?
What for? It's the 13th century. Nothing peculiar about it. Women own taverns, run farms, and fight.
Will you not claim there was no honor in fighting a wench?
No. I'd expect to hear that from someone who was afraid to lose to a woman.
You've Colossus and Manco left
Geralt.
to face. With that duo
Paragon of
defeated,
manhood.
You can seek out the Maestro. Look
What
for
a guy.
Colossus in
The game crashed, and you're trying to figure out why. You have a file which recreates the state of the game at that exact moment that you can load through Visual Studio, and doing so crashes Visual Studio. Okay, so it's in fact a crash so bad, it crashes the thing that's supposed to tell you why it crashed. Actually pretty funny. Oh dear. I mean, it's kind of funny. It's not, it's, you know, it's obviously a bad thing, but...
A smashing place we have.
Wait, I think I might actually have unlimited stamina. Yeah, I have unlimited stamina. That buff is pretty good.
A smashing place.
Alright, where's the bookie? This guy? Bookie.
Oh, now you
Colossus.
look to be a man in search of exertion. Hey, Whitelocks, you dare to fight Colossus?
Yeah, I'm in. It means you have to recreate the crash manually, which is annoying because it's not 100% reproducible.
Fine, let's fight.
I see.
Boring. I'm not interested. Quick I am. Too quick for you. It'll be knick-knack, patty-whack. Here's your arm bone. Where's the sport in it?
Don't want to fight? Why bother looking for challengers then? Wasting my time.
Whoa, a bit testy are we? A witcher, right? Let's do it like this. You parry 3 blows I throw your way, you win. But you can't swing at me, not once. Just deflect my blows, got it? Catch 3 of them, and I'll toss you double your wager.
Feeling that generous?
No, I just know you can't do it. No one's ever done it. Too fast, see? So, willing to try for 3 blocks?
Yeah.
Fine. Doubt I'll have any trouble deflecting a few blows.
That I get. At long last, one with a sportsman's soul. Now, listen. The rules say you're not to start your parry until I've cocked my fist. Standing with your guard-ups, not allowed.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Wait, what? Okay.
Block, you old goose.
I did block.
Too quick for you, huh?
Oops. That was easy.
The Witcher has parried Colossus's blows. No one's ever managed that feat.
Here's your due.
So I should get 300, right?
Only man
400?
stands
Damn.
at your duel with the Maestro. Look for him by the docks south of Oldvik.
Life's like an infant. Must be.
And I didn't even need Form A38 for that. I'm never gonna stop referencing that shitty quest.
Witcher, sure. Do you wish to jump in?
Considering it.
So you're not surprised. Consider this as well. Here, intellect counts as much as strength.
You see, Mancomb is no ordinary fighter.
Okay.
Mancomb? First I've ever encountered that name.
One should never judge an opponent by his name. Master Mancomb is a saddler, though a valiant one at that. His blows are as fierce as his riposts are sharp.
Okay.
Fine, let's start.
Oh, my knees quake like a carnival rattle.
Let's get on
They
with
should.
this ridiculous battle.
I'm a top taunter, the best around, not one to be beaten by some inbred hound.
Your mama. He's gonna make a your mama joke. Nah, we'll just...
Your taunts? I've heard dogs retch things more profound. Hear how pathetic and stupid you sound.
Well, how then is this for a clever tongue twister? You're a bum-botching, blackened, bile-filled blister.
I think you're confused. That sounds a lot like your sister.
Think you're confused? That sounds more like your sister. I'm immune to disease, but even I'd die if I kissed her.
You aren't worthy to empty my sister's bedpan. You mange-ridden mutant, not
I feel like I'm
even a
playing Assassin's Creed Valhalla again.
Should have quit before we began. Gonna make you wish you'd turned tail and ran.
Why, you bad... I've got to admit, you know how to roast a man. You win.
Mean we're not gonna fight?
Why? I told you, you've won.
The Witcher wins, beating Mancomb at his own game.
You out-tongued me, but only because I'm under the...
Do I have any
I'd
tips?
have lashed you raw.
Right, sure.
Not really.
You've gained the right to challenge the Maestro. Look for him at the docks, and congratulations. I'm impressed.
Thanks.
I mean, the only tip that... I don't know if the way I play the game is the right way to play the game. But the only tip I would really give is to go to the notice boards first, collect all of the pieces of paper on the notice board, and then because that unlocks all of the like question mark symbols on the map, which are like areas to investigate and stuff like that. And then I would just go do those first. I don't know. That's how I've played the game anyway, and it's worked out pretty well. But yeah, I've always prioritized doing side quests over doing main story stuff.
Keep calm. Start no pros.
Art is not life's bread and butter, but it's
Who did I romance? I romanced the better of the two choices, obviously.
This where I find the boxer they call the Maestro?
Maestro, champ, the undefeated. Folk call him many things. You are the Witcher who dropped the 3 lesser champions?
I am. Come to fight the Maestro, but seems to me he's indisposed.
That is not the better of the two options, Lana.
Remedy for his crippling shines.
How
He's a
dare you?
delicate man, you see? He'd never so much as hit a pillow while sober.
Fighting sober is like dancing to silence.
Let's go. I challenge you.
Hold on. Whoa. I am a man of principle. I keep to a code. I don't tinkle where I eat, and I don't fight folk who don't drink.
Meaning?
What do you think that means,
Meaning you're
Geralt?
to drink, or hey diddle diddle out of here.
Lambert is... Oh my god.
Sheesh. Fine.
Mesdames, messieurs, the maestro will perform at last.
I'm surprised that witches can get drunk. I would have thought they wouldn't be able to.
Let's do this.
Hey, well,
pathetic. Damn it.
When I chop you, bumble. No. Hey, well, that. Under it, boss. Yes. When I chop you, bumble.
Boom. Got him.
It's not happened in years. Your fists, they're glorious.
Thanks.
I'm gobsmacked I am.
I've never had somebody compliment my fists as being glorious before.
Good fight. To speak true, I'm pleased you stripped me of the title. I shall have more time to pursue my chief interest now.
Witcher Geralt of Rivia is hereby crowned fisticuffs champion of Beauclair. Bravo! Behold your trophy.
A life without liquors like loving without licking.
I went pretty well. Got myself a trophy out of it. There it is. The Fist Fighting Championship Trophy. Oh, I've got some money to trade in. Oh shit, what did I do? What did I just drop? That. Alright, back to the bank. I need to go trade in some money. But yeah, I would have, like, considering witches are, like, immune to disease and all of that other stuff, I would have expected that witches couldn't get drunk.
Welcome.
I'd like to...
By all means.
3,160.
Can I help you?
What am I going to do with all this money? I'm going to go check out some of these Grandmaster armor sets. Let's have a look. Because I'm trying to figure out if the Grandmaster Griffin set is better.
Prepare to witness wonders at the annual...
Greetings.
Is the Grandmaster... So we got the Grandmaster Feline Set. Strong attacks increase fast attack damage for 5 seconds by 10% for each piece of the set. Oh, he gets a hood. Rear attacks deal 50% more damage, also stun opponents at the cost of 1 adrenaline. The Grandmaster Griffin set. After using stamina to cast a sign in its standard mode, the next sign cast within 3 seconds will cast in standard mode without using stamina. Size of Yerden traps is increased. Up to 3 oils can be applied at the same time. Bombs are thrown without any delay. And then the Manticore set is all about building toxicity and stuff like that. So the Wolf set is all about gaining adrenaline points by the looks of it. So is the Ursine set as well. I'm thinking I might actually just go back to the Griffin set. Sign intensity is better than Ard sign intensity, isn't it? It's the same, because that would increase intensity across the board, wouldn't it? Hang on, let me have a look. Let me have a look at these. So these are what the sets are. So this is the Griffin set. And this is the Bear set. And this is the Wolf set, I guess. So which one's the Manticore set? Is this the Manticore set? The one on the left? And then this is what? Cat? Because the cat one has a hood. I mean, the cat one looks really nice. I think the cat one would be my go-to in terms of the way the armor looks. I like it. I don't know why. Why does the Griffin one make him look so fat? The Bear set is probably like if I had to put these into a tier list, it would probably be Bear, then Cat, then Wolf, then Manticore, then Griffin. Griffins are bigger than a bear, bigger than a Manticore.
Farewell.
Good.
Gwent deck tier list when? I mean,
Tickets still available?
it would go Northern Realms, Nilfgaard, Monsters. No, it would go Northern Realms, Nilfgaard, Skellige, Monsters, Scoia'tael. Alright, have I cleared everything off the map? Is there anything I'm missing? I'm missing this. We can go get that when we go and do this. Pick up this quest over here. Yes, it looks like we have cleared everything off the map. Funnily enough, I actually think... Honestly, the best card in the game is probably the Mysterious Elf. Considering it's a neutral card, and it just lets you draw 2 extra cards, and it's a legendary card, Mysterious Elf just is the best card.
Night, love, and wine.
Yeah? What is it?
Now, why does one summon a witcher, To inquire about the gossip currently flowing about the court? I have a problem with a beast.
Ah, you the one posted the notice? Go on then, spit it out. What's it about?
Oh no, because there's a better version of the cow.
We must establish ground rules, given the vast difference in our respect.
The campy card
Sorry to say, I take umbrage
is a better version.
you take. I expect deference. I expect you to address me as Sir, or better yet, as Monsieur de Bourbeau.
Bo.
Fine. Monsieur de Bourbeau.
The emphasis falls on the last syllable. Bourbeau?
Mm-hmm. See, now I'd rather emphasize something else. Tell me what this is about, monsieur, or I'll change my mind and go.
Naughtlings and their manners. Very well. Let us get this over with. Something has infested my vineyard.
Mm-hmm. Great. Let me go prepare my something oil then.
I beg your pardon?
Need more information than that.
Something oil.
Where was this something seen? Any witnesses? Bodies to examine?
Therein lies the rub. None has seen the beast. We've only heard signs of its presence, a strange scratching and shrieks. Neither are there any corpses to inspect. Men simply disappear without a trace.
Noises you mentioned. Where do they come from?
Well,
I mean, that's true.
Everywhere.
There isn't a cow.
But they're most clearly audible in the wine cellar.
Means the monster must dwell underground. When are the noises loudest?
In the night.
Of course.
Just as they were years ago, when the buildings quaked. Another expert agreed to look into the matter then, but was never thereafter seen nor heard of.
Who's disappeared, if you don't mind my asking?
Also,
Most recently some
hang on.
farmhand.
I missed something up here.
Despite the vast
Where was I? I
difference in
saw
your
what
social
somebody said.
statuses, do you perchance remember the farmhand's name, monsieur?
Yeah, Lana.
You must speak to my wife.
You said that those glasses are awful. How dare
She's away
you?
at the moment visiting her mother, but should return forthwith.
How dare you?
Oh, that should suffice with the questions. Now tell me, will you take the contract? Yay or nay?
Fine, I'll do it. Need to look around here first. Then I'll want to talk to Madame de Bourbeau.
Very well. I shall inform you once she has returned.
That's true.
Meanwhile, the key to the cellar. Just
The Gaunter O'Dim card is pretty weak compared to how powerful he is. That's true. I will agree with that. The only thing I agree with you on. Go to the cellars after dark. Alright, how's this?
Alright, let's look around. Shattered dishes. Got knocked off the shelf somehow. Shaken off, maybe? Rats. Not known to kidnap farmhands. What the? A tunnel? Can finally see something.
I don't like this. I don't like this one bit. Please be... Oh, thank God. Thank God it's Kikimoras. Wait, where are my charges? Why is my sword not working? Yeah, my sword's not working for whatever reason. Oh, it is working now. How weird. God damn it.
Should be able to break through. Damn it, it's getting away.
Ha ha! Getting away, is it? Got him.
Getting more interesting for the moment.
Ram, hello.
No kicking more duck this. Tunnels are the work of something much bigger. Something with heavy, wide claws. Kicking more eggs. Should destroy them before the young hatch. Start prowling the vineyard. Damn it, young could hatch any minute.
How goes it?
Last one.
Excellent, excellent. You know, it's funny. You've made a real convert of Aquila with that Deep Rock Galactic game. He can't stop playing it. He plays it so much. He plays it more than any other game at the moment.
Water coursing. Underground stream. Monster I'm looking for lives underground, digs tunnels, feeds on Kikimores, and is big. Very big. Won't learn anything else here. Time to go back to the surface.
Oh, you like it as well, Oxy? I see. I tried it. I guess I didn't give it enough of a chance. Maybe I should give it another shot. Minecraft and Left 4 Dead had a love child and let the dwarves of Moria adopt it.
What is the meaning of this? I'm paying you to slay a monster, not demolish my property.
Property's falling apart on its own, what with all the tunnels under it. I'd fill those in soon if you don't want your building to collapse.
I remember when it was in early access 2 years ago, it was so good, then it's only gotten better by leaps and bounds since
Something dug 'em, a large creature. Also killed a few kikimores down there and destroyed their eggs.
Yeah, I think we played it in a group of 3 when we played.
Kikimore eggs. Yes, of course, good work. Indeed, a reward is due.
Madame de Bourbeau, I presume? Hear you know something about the missing farmhand.
Jean-Luc? Yes.
Jean-Luc.
We went to examine this year's seedlings. Something had been nibbling at them. Then we heard these odd noises.
Yeah, I think he
Jean-Luc
plays it
went to
solo,
report
though.
and never returned.
And he still seems to like it.
Where'd you last see Jean-Luc, madame? Exactly.
In the fields, north of here, by the wood.
New seedlings there? I was under the distinct impression we had planted them all on the south slope.
Almost all, my dear. I requested that some be planted to the north, by the grove.
Jean-Luc Picard doesn't make it so. He tells other people to make it so.
Could you describe Jean-Luc?
Tall, exceedingly
So you can play a solo and it's balanced to allow that. So basically, it's not good with 2 people, but with 1, 3, and 4, it's fine. It's best with 4, but it can be played 1 and 3. And if there's only 2 of you, don't even bother.
Then none, I suppose. But he did wear a pendant around his neck. A silver one.
Silver jewelry on a farmhand?
It was a gift, I believe. Or that is what he claimed.
Should be enough to go on.
Then what are you fritting round here for? Get to work.
God damn it, I hate this guy.
Patrolling on an empty stomach. Oh.
I hope there's a way I can screw him over at some point.
You smell that? Those are the vapors of the days pass. The pile of work remains the same.
Bread's really stale. Been here a while. Blanket was laid out here.
Guess I should examine
footprints. 2 sets.
It's the wife. The wife and Jean-Luc were getting it on.
Felled trees, as if something rolled over them. So a Shalmar. Only
Oh, it's the armadillo rat thing.
Trail leads to that cave. Shalmar's close.
There it comes.
Shalmar's lair. Gotta be. Drags its victims here. Pretty fresh, some of them. Gonna have to brew some bait. Need the blood of a recent victim and some of the mushrooms that grow here. Silver pendant. A lock of hair inside. Same color as Madame de Bourbeau's. Fresh corpse. Must be Jean-Luc.
Madame de Bourbeau.
Shalmar did this. No 2 ways about it. Highly decayed. Partly eaten. Been lying here a while.
It depends on what mode and which dwarf you work best with. You would struggle soloing the elimination mode as a scout or as a driller. I don't really remember what the different dwarves are or what they do.
Gotta spill it within the lair, somewhere near an air current, so the scent spreads throughout the cave.
Oh yeah, I need to equip it, don't I? See, do I need to equip it? Oh, it's already equipped. Oh no, my glasses!
Ugh, that stench. Scent won't spread from here. Need to spill the bait nearer the tunnel entrance. Shalemore will be here any minute.
I guess this is supposed to be an introduction to this monster type, but I've already had a fight against, like, 3 of them, so... One looks a little bit different. Well, this is a side quest as well, to be fair. Going back to the tried and true strategy of just setting shit on fire.
Now I just gotta chop off its head. Get my reward.
Get up there, come on. I don't know. I think the strategy that I was given by somebody else may be considered more cheese than what I'm currently than just setting things on fire. Like, setting things on fire is great because it, like, depending on how long they burn for, it could kill them like outright just being on fire. However, I do have another strategy now which somebody gave me where you basically, there's a move called Ard, right? It's basically this move where it's just like a directed blast of telekinetic energy that staggers opponents and leaves them open for a subsequent attack. But then there's also a version where it does like a radius around you, but then you can increase that range with the far-reaching spell or whatever, and then you get intensity plus, and it also does damage now. But then there's also a mutation that you can get, which is part of this DLC, where when the Ard sign is cast, it additionally has a 25% chance of freezing opponents. Opponents knocked down and frozen simultaneously die immediately. Opponents who are not frozen are dealt an additional 5,514 damage, which is insane. And basically, I just run up to things. I just run up to a big group of enemies and I just go like this. And I just shockwave ice at people. And because this armor set that I'm wearing is a medium armor set, I also have a thing on here that says that each piece of medium armor increases sign intensity by 5%. So that's an extra 20%. And I also get 20% stamina regeneration, which means that I can just fire off those shockwaves every like 2 seconds.
Monsieur de Bourbeau, can we talk?
You'd best be bearing good news. Get on with it.
This Jean-Luc, he did have a silver pendant. Kept a lock of Madame de Bourbeau's hair in it, matter of fact.
What? But how could she? To be unfaithful to me? A lord and heir with a plow-spawned peasant?
Because you're a prick, that's why, Monsieur de Bourbeau.
Don't doubt that. But mind paying me first? For services beyond the scope of the contract?
There. It'll come out of her dowry.
100 crowns. Look at that.
It was a Shelmar.
Shelma? Whatever could that be?
Kinda like a cross between a mole and a caterpillar.
What?
Just big as a barn.
Also, what? It's not a cross between a mole and a caterpillar, and it's not as big as a barn. What do you mean?
There. Your reward. Now, forgive me. I must speak to my wife.
Mole and an armadillo, if anything. Alright, let's see how this conversation goes.
Rolling on an empty stomach.
Drink! Give me a drink!
Get your own drink. Where's he going? Where's his wife? Oh, there she is. Alright, let's have a look. See what happens here then.
You've precisely 1 hour to pack your things.
What? I don't understand.
I will not be played for a fool. You know exactly why. Now go! Get to it!
Did she just put her wine glass into her pocket that dress probably doesn't have? Where's she going?
I knew this place was no good for me.
She's just going to cry in front of this statue. Okay. But yeah, you're right. It does seem like he needs a pair of glasses, doesn't it? There we go. Glasses. Thanks for reminding me. Alright. Signposts, notice boards, roach. Okay, I need to do that Vineyard Infestation, which is there. Shopkeeper. Yep, that looks like the last thing I need to do. And then we do that Blood and Wine side quest. If I remember rightly, this Vineyard Infestation is the tentacles one. Annoyingly. Actually, was it? Or was it the dragon? I can't remember which one it is. Nope, tentacles. Nice. Alright, so secondary quest. Apparently there's an auction happening somewhere. The Kraken squid from the game you're playing. Let's just say you don't want to know where or how the guy got the sounds from. Wait, what's the game you're playing at the moment? You still playing Metamorphosis?
Producing plonk unfit to drink, you mean? Which is exactly why you should sell Belgard to me, not him.
As a ducal clerk, I must look after the duchy's best interests. Belgard currently belongs to the treasury. The minister of the treasury has clearly expressed his desire that Belgard be handed over to a responsible steward. Yet, diverse troubles beset both your present holdings. Until you resolve them and thus prove yourselves competent, selling Belgard to either of you is out of the question.
Well, Happy? This is your fault!
Mine? You're deranged, woman!
Oh, you're returning, playing Return of the Obra Dinn. That's a really cool game.
Vermentino is a cursed, spiteful lunatic!
Really good.
Doesn't look cursed to me. Just really, really angry. Ticked her off quite a bit, you have.
Truly? How would you know? A shrew tamer, are you?
A witcher, so no expert, I guess. But it doesn't take an expert to see when a woman's angry.
Yeah, I suppose you speak the truth, brother. Wait, did you say witcher? Not seeking work, are you? You see, I wish to buy a vineyard. Belgard. Yet that bloody bureaucrat's not likely to sell it to me until I settle my troubles at home, at Coronata.
What kind of troubles we talking about?
I kind of want to play it again.
It's botched in more ways than one. The herbarium infested
Pretty
with
good.
monsters. My steward gone missing with an entire transport of wine. And someone's abducted my herbalist.
A lot of bad luck for one little vineyard.
If you ask me, it's that Matilda, her handiwork. A sugar-sweet face, a temper sharp as horseradish. So will you help?
Yeah, I played it a couple of years ago.
Sounds like work for a witcher. Yeah, I'll help.
I am really, truly grateful. Thank you. My vineyard lies east of here. You're sure to find it. Now forgive me. I must talk.
I don't even remember
I might win him over yet.
spiders being a part of it.
You're a witcher, yes? I heard you talking to that oafish ogre Liam. Disgusting man. The worst sort. first seduces with a dashing gaze, the fair face, then reveals a coal-black heart. But that's all beside the point. I stopped you because I want to buy Belgard too. Alas, things are rotten at my own vineyard, Vermentino.
Strange coincidence.
No coincidence. I am certain Liam's thrown a stick in my spokes. Several sticks. My cooper and blacksmith both have mysteriously vanished. Man-eating plants have sprouted on my paths, and strange things are afoot on Pheasant Hill. The list goes on, but the crux is one. I must solve my problems at Vermentino if I'm to stand any chance of acquiring Belgard. Would you help me before you help Liam? I'm willing to pay more than he's.
You could be right. I don't remember.
I can help. At least try.
Wonderful.
I'd like to play the game again. I didn't manage to finish the book. So maybe I'll go back to it at some point.
I must make certain Liam does not pull some stunt while my back is turned.
Gotcha. Farewell.
Alright. So what's the deal here? So I need to solve all of the problems at the Vermentino vineyard, and I need to deal with all the problems at the Coronata vineyard. All right. Oh, I see. So this opens up another like set of question marks. Let's see. Okay. You're about 2/3, and the rest is getting very hard and is going to require a fair amount of paper. Yeah, I noticed that when I was playing it as well. Like, the game was very much, I don't know, I kind of trial and errored my way into a couple of them. But yeah, I'd like to 100% that game at some point. I'm a big fan of puzzle games, so that game was really cool. Have I sufficiently saved you? Yeah, there we go. You got the bad.
I owe you my life, unknown knight.
I bought the shit without completing the book. I just need to figure out the remaining. I see.
My thanks, Sir Geralt. The scallywags sought to demolish our herb garden, you see. I thought, I shall take a hammer, scare the rabble off, but to my great chagrin, there were too many, and I failed.
Yeah, you can't really trial and error your way through the whole game.
Come with me to Vermentino. I'll patch up your armor or pound the anvil to fulfill some other need you might have.
I'll come by later.
Go ahead. I'll stop by when I'm in the area.
Elven whetstone. Oh, peacock feathers. Can't do anything with that. Okay, so I need to go there and there and there. The quickest way to get there, probably from here.
The gods have sent a beast as punishment for our sins.
Polish my sword. But I did. All life
Giddy up.
on the full harvest.
Is that a panther? I don't actually know which of these two is worth helping. I think I'm just going to help both of them. There was just one.
Why don't you all just get off my back?
Alright, what's going to be the quickest way of getting over there? Probably just getting back on the horse.
Hey, you saw your help. Thank you, Witcher.
You think that they shouldn't have used the glowing green stuff and miracle grow? Yeah, it does seem like using toxic ooze as fertilizer may not have been a great idea. They saw one episode of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and they were like, ah, that sounds cool. More of these things. 2 of them.
Come on.
Yeah, man. You planted a bunch of sunflowers at the front of your house. Nice.
A letter interesting. Key. This note plus what I found earlier. Ought to be interesting. Parties causing problems. At the vineyards. Causing problems at the vineyards. Need to find the spot the letter mentions. Then I'll find something mighty interesting behind whatever door this key opens.
Wait, what? Find the place mentioned in the letter. There's a thing all the way down here. Bloody hell. Miles away from everything. Been starting to bloom the last 9 days or so. Nice.
Go.
Oh, you were playing House Flipper. Was it House Flipper on stream before? How do you feel about these like simulator games? Like Power Washer Simulator and Lawnmower Simulator, which was one that I've seen people playing recently. Are those the kinds of things that would strike your fancy? I'm surprised somebody hasn't released Paint Drying Simulator yet. You're not crazy about simulators? You think the power sim is stupid? Oh my god, wait. Watching paint dry the game. Oh my god. It's a workshop mod for Gary's mod. Oh my days. I don't know, I just kind of had it in my head that house flipping simulator might be something
Spore saplings.
similar.
Takes a degenerate to cultivate something like this. Need to incinerate.
House Flipper seems sort of similar to games that I've seen you playing on stream before. I didn't know if that was something that you'd be interested in. Vladimir Crespi.
Proves Count Crespi's behind the sabotage at both vineyards. Gotta tell Matilda and Liam.
Destroy the seedlings. Why want to destroy the seedlings? Give me something to do other than listen to some pretentious dialogue. You hated... Yeah, so because all it was slow walking the next dialogue trigger. House Flipper is an outlier. Okay. Have you heard of a game called Puzzle Agent? You have. You've played both. Nice. I want another game like that. I mean, there are technically games like that. Like, it's basically Professor Layton, right? The Professor Layton games are basically those games. But other than that, I can't really think of any games that are similar to Puzzle Agent. But I'd love to find them, because I love puzzle games. I love showing how big brain I am on stream. Because that's obviously all that matters, you know.
Damn, you're ugly.
Oh, I don't want to finish it off from this far away. It's just going to explode and kill me. Find a chest hidden in the sunflower fields. Right. You don't like puzzle games? Your small brain? Maybe. The biggest issue you can run into with puzzle games is... oh, moon logic. Yeah, I've heard of that moon logic thing before. Isn't moon logic usually... moon logic usually applied to adventure games though, isn't it? Like point and click adventure games? Not so much puzzle games, as I understand it. Okay, so we've only got 3 to do here. We've got one up there, we've got one over there. Let's go over here. Oh, well, I mean... like, when I'm talking about puzzle games, I'm not talking about, like, a point-and-click adventure game. I'm talking about, you know, the Professor Layton games, or the Puzzle Agent games, you know, where... you know, where you're actually solving puzzles as opposed to... I don't know, maybe it's an incorrect comparison, but... damn it. Puzzle games like Uncharted? Not so much.
Mama says that if someone's really, but I mean really, really, really bad, it means his heart is made of stone.
Just take to work as they take to dance and drinking.
I'm not looking up Mystery of the Druids. In fact, funny you should mention Mystery of the Druids. I actually watched like a 2-hour video about Mystery of the Druids a few weeks ago. That's a bit of a coincidence, isn't it? I mean, sometimes I have time. Occasionally I have time. I watched a 5-hour YouTube video about why season 11 and 12 of Doctor Who is bad. So, okay, I mean, I didn't watch it all in one go, but I watched it over the space of a week. But yeah, I do occasionally have a bit of free time. Which only seems to happen when I uninstall Valorant. Which means I might have some free time coming up. Because I've uninstalled Valorant. No! Oh, what the fuck? I hate this sword. I hate this sword. I hate the fact that this sword makes me have to kill something in a very specific way in order to get, like, the benefit of it. Because I could just have kept going, doing things the way I was doing them, but I was worried that I was going to kill it with the fire. And so I was just like, no, I should stop doing the fire now. Alright, there we go. Now I don't have to worry about it. Jay Steezy, hello. How you doing? Ugh, I have to find a stash in a manure pile? Ugh. Ugh. I mean, it's obviously going to be useful, just in general. Just because there are some things that I can't burn and or freeze to death. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, I'm dead. Oh, no, I'm alive. More proof. Thinking if I should start playing this game from the start with the original, meaning Polish voice acting. I don't actually know if the Polish voice acting is good in this game.
It's over.
The banditles kidnapped me, in hopes of collecting a ransom, I'm sure. But with Master Liam's troubles, he never could have paid them. Ah, but I'm free.
Oh, I'm playing on PC.
Thanks to you.
Playing on PC with a controller.
Should you need any herbs, I've a hearty stock at the Coronata. Will you work me there?
Need to look around here some more, but I'll be sure to stop by if I'm ever in the area.
I shall be waiting.
I need to loot more things. Blue armor die. What is going on down here? Nothing. Nothing is going on down here. Alright. Yeah, I guess we're done here. Okay, I need to find the stash in the manure pile.
My regards.
You tend to be more empathetic about games we see unless it's fantastic, and even then you tend to read the subtitles more than listen when you play games. Yeah, voice acting has never really been a big deal to me because...
Announcement!
Like... Hey, Jay Steezy, thank you for the follow. Yeah, people will generally shout at me if I play a game in English instead of Japanese, for example. But the way I've always kind of seen it is, well, most of these games didn't have voice acting when I was playing through them as a kid, so the voice acting doesn't really mean anything to me. So I'll just play in English. Plus, English is always easier to stream.
That stench.
Because it means if people are lurking, they can still follow along with what's happening. Because not everybody can watch the stream all the time. So if like people are doing something in the background or whatever, then having it in English means that they can still follow along.
I care about one thing only. Acquiring Belg.
Master Witcher, have you any news?
One and the same man caused Coronata's and Vermentino's problems. Got proof. A certain Count Crespi. He's at the root of it all.
What, Crespi? Belgard's erstwhile owner? Why, that's impossible.
Got it all here, in writing.
He did indeed have motive. He knew well his own vineyard could not survive if Vermentino and Coronata were to join forces.
Probably why he incited the feud. Pulled it off, too, mostly. Just failed to bring his plan to completion when the beast got him.
Incredible. You mean to say it
Incredible.
wasn't Liam?
And I was certain my troubles were Matilda's doing.
In light of new evidence, the most just resolution would be for both injured parties to share oversight of Belgard.
Wait just a minute. Do you mean to suggest we're to cooperate?
It's the optimal solution, yes. In terms of the health of the enterprise as well.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but I do believe he's right. Perhaps it is time to bury the hatchet.
3 vineyards are more than one. There's much to be gained. So be it.
That's not all. The troubles at your vineyards? Solved them. You can go back to operating normally now.
Splendid news. I'm relieved to see you hired a professional, especially one whose aid might still prove invaluable. But
Fewer varies on the game. Unless you're speedrunning, stay in English, which is your native language anyway. True. Sometimes speedrunning can be quicker in, like... Sometimes it's French, sometimes it's Italian.
All right.
A lot of the times for RPGs, Japanese is faster.
My desire for Belgard to pass into capable hands is no idle whim.
You don't like the English voice acting for Fire Emblem Three Houses, but Nier has great English voice acting? That said, letting lurkers understand is a good point to keep it in English.
Before anyone can call this home, they will have to deal with these inconveniences. That is the minister's wish.
More work for me, I guess.
If you're willing, we'll gladly accept your help.
More or less already agreed, I guess.
That's a weight off my chest, I must say. Your reward shall be fair, I promise.
I'll get to work.
Alright, solve the Belgard Vineyard's problems. Okay. Where is the Belgard Vineyard? Oh, it's down here. Oh, it's right outside, whatever that place is called. Oh, I've already done 2 out of 5. So we got this one, we got this one, and we got one down here. Let's go to this one first. $525 crowns. That's crazy. No bureaucracy involved. Yeah, I wish I could take credit for that mentality of keeping games in English to let lurkers like follow along and everything. But it was a point of view that I first heard from Co-Carnage. And I was like, yeah, that sounds... that sounds pretty good. So it's kind of something that I've adopted into my own streaming. Not just 500, 525. Crazy, right?
Thank you, sir. Were it not for you, well, those bandits were not pulling pranks. I could pound some new steel for you in gratitude, but I must first return to my workshop in Belgard.
Drop by when I'm in the area.
Alright, so now we want to go over here and do this one. I'm gonna wrap up for the day and lie down to rest. The stabbing you got earlier today is starting to affect you a bit more than you hoped. Wait, what? Hang on. The stabbing? Uh-oh, giant centipedes. Did you get your second COVID today as well or something? Oh, what the hell? Come on, up you pop. Yeah. Nice of them to include a boost to immunity against COVID in the 5G upgrade. True. I don't actually know how vaccines work. I don't know if it's... Is it an immunity? I don't know how it works. I was just told to get it done, so I got it done. As much as, you know, COVID has had almost zero impact on my life whatsoever. Other than the fact that for a certain period of time, you just could not get any shopping anywhere. That was about it.
Come on.
Oh, more giant centipedes. Yes.
Giant centipede spawning ground. Should destroy it.
Alright, see you later, Roxy. Have a good one. If I don't get to see you tomorrow, hopefully I'll get to see you in the evening for Cards Against Humanity. But yeah, have a good day. Alright, so what's the stats of my sword now? The stats of my sword have increased to 32. But it still hasn't increased my damage. I'm so confused as to how this actually works. So confused. I have solved the issues. Where are you? Oh, you're here.
Tended to Belgard's problems. Vineyard should be in as good a shape as ever.
Splendid. And thus, officially by the power vested in me, I grant you title to the Belgard Vineyard, and trust that you shall make good use of its grounds and resources.
You're welcome.
Excellent. I can already smell the grapes ripening into sun.
We shan't forget what you did for us. Here, your pay.
But that's not all. You must come back and see us shortly. We've a surprise in store for you.
900?
Farewell.
That's crazy. Wait 3 days, then go see Liam and Matilda. Okay. That should be 3, and then everybody knows that people that own vineyards don't get up until at least noon, so...
Rolling on an empty stomach. Oh, dreadful.
That's him! The slayer of Stalin's Drakenspan!
Oh, Witcher. greetings. Kind of you to come. Matilda and I, we've a surprise for you.
What's the surprise? Some new monster I need to kill?
No, something far more pleasant.
We've produced a wine. According to the best sommeliers, it might just dethrone Est.
We owe this success to you. So, if you'd agree...
We'd like to name it after you.
What shall we call it?
We're just going to call it Geralt of Rivia. Or the Butcher of Blaviken. Or White Wolf. White Wolf sounds kind of good for a wine. Unless it's a red wine, obviously. I mean, if it's a red wine, then Butcher of Blaviken could be cool. He hates being called that, though, doesn't he? Okay.
Maybe Butcher of Blaviken?
A strong name. I like it.
If you wouldn't mind, we'd like to send a few bottles to your home every so often.
I'd be honored. Thanks.
No, we
Wait, does
thank
Geralt
you.
even have a home?
Take care, Witcher.
Butcher of Blaviken. 50 vitality regeneration, 50 vitality regeneration during combat, 10 seconds effects. Okay. So it's just as bad as normal food. Hello, Knight. How you doing? You're alive? Well, that's good. Alright, so what do we have? Oh, we literally have no other side quests to do. It's finally time to start the main story. Hooray! The only thing I've got left to do. I've done all of the side content. I've only got main story to do now. That should be fun. You just woke up, so your brain's operating at 0.5 instead of the usual 2%. Excellent. Right. I'm going to go quickly grab myself a snack. I will be back in a couple of minutes. And then we'll actually start the main story. I'll be back in a bit. Ah. Alt. Alright, I'm back. Hello. Alright. Let's go do some main story. No, stop that.
Come on now.
I like how this guy has just been waiting here this whole time.
No one here. They must have removed the body already.
Let's look around. Make sure they didn't miss anything. Hobnailed boots, multiple sets of prints. Ducal guard, clearly. Let's see where they went. Walked along the shoreline.
Perhaps the body lay on the bank.
Anything taken by the current ends up in these shallows.
Yes, the statue is fierce. Yes, careful.
What the hell was that? Can't move. Jesus. Okay, so this is a variation of those exploding ones, except they explode into needles. Oh, God. Get out of there, Milton.
Drawn here by the smell of blood. Let's keep looking. Blood. Guardsmen pulled these nets out of the water, then cut the mutilated body free. Gonna dive in. Make sure they didn't miss.
Linen. Okay, I got something.
Silk kerchief.
Need motivation.
A noble's accessory, clearly. Be nice to know where they took the
Look, I'm
corpse.
like Virgil, okay? I'm always
Look,
motivated.
A boat was launched here. Guardsmen must have loaded the body parts onto it, taken them somewhere. Need to find out where. I'd like to look at the corpse before it starts to decompose.
The inn. Its patrons must have seen the guardsmen. Which direction they took. We should ask there.
Seems we've got ourselves an audience.
You think this surprising? The locals will tell the children of children they do not have yet. Of the day a quartered corpse was pulled from the river.
One thing. Found a handkerchief in the water. Monogrammed DLC. Mean anything to you?
Delacroix? It cannot be. Was it he the beast slew?
Seems so. Knew him well?
Long past. We were close friends once, but our paths diverged. He was a man of extremes, standing by his companions no matter the odds, fighting his foes to the bitter end.
Foes? You have a lot of them?
He did,
Yeah.
but I do not see what that has to do with the beast.
I don't know. Fuck Virgil, though.
You've struck a raw nerve. Memories of a time long past, to which I'd rather not return now.
I understand. We can talk later. Let's go to the tavern.
I shall have to leave you soon. Return to court.
Barely got back to Toussaint.
A knight in the service of Her Illustrious Highness knows no rest. In fact, I'd feared I would return too late to fulfill.
Yeah, I don't know
my
why
duty.
everybody loves
It
Virgil.
seems I've arrived in the nick of time.
Come on, Milton, hurry up.
Once you have
Don't
finished
have all day.
examining the corpse, be sure to report to Anarietta.
They say her grace has called in someone to tend to the beast.
He's the boss that gets stronger before when you play him.
Of course we have.
Eh.
Bravery's not enough against the beast.
Henrietta?
Her Grace, the Duchess. I forget myself at times. We address each other by our first names in private. Never in Pomrin's presence, however. He finds such familiarity offensive. A watering hole for traitors.
I don't know. My most significant introduction to Virgil was through Marvel vs. Capcom 3.
I see time has not dulled
So
senses.
We would be
I hate
honored
him.
if you would join us. Your companion as well.
But why do I not detect even a whiff of crayfish chowder?
No soup today, on account of there being no crayfish. I reckon you've not heard, but all I caught was a corpse. I awoke at the crack of dawn, as I do each day, but when I looked up, I beheld a blood-red sky.
This corpse is precisely why we're here. For the man whom you've invited to join you at the table was summoned from a far
I think it's
land.
perfectly reasonable to judge a character based on a fighting game. And it's not just some fighting game, alright?
We invited two men to join us, yet since Sir the Peyrac in temperament is more akin to hare than hound, I surmise the other is the hunter. With whom do we have the pleasure?
Name's Geralt.
A humble introduction. You've clearly not tarried long with Sir the Peyrac.
Spare us the petty insults. Geralt is a master of the witchering trade. He has questions concerning the beast's last victim.
I was the one to find the corpse. The sun had just risen when I awoke, sat straight up in my bed, looked out the window, and beheld a sky red as blood.
Ask Geralt, please, or we shall be here till winter.
Must have been early in the morning. Went to check your nets and then...
I stepped out of my hut and saw...
By my troth, to the point, man. You found a body ensnared in your crayfish nets. We know this already. What happened then? Did you see anyone nearby? Did you spy?
I thought you wanted me to ask the questions, Milton.
Not a soul around, just me. As for noteworthy... well...
What did you see? But be warned, if I hear the sky was red again...
I saw a head bobbing, eyes bulging, the tongue blue and popped out. Next to it, a hand rocking upon the water.
Get a good look at the body parts?
They gave me such a fright. I bolted to town, fast as my legs would take me, then returned with guardsmen who told me to keep out of their way. They had a hard haul. The parts were so tangled up in my nets, they were forced to cut them.
Need to examine the body. Know where they took it?
They ferried it across, then loaded it on a cart and hauled it to a cellar at Corvo Bianco to keep it cool, see?
What? Why, Corvo Bianco is Baron Russell's estate. When he learns they've turned his cellar into a morgue, he'll set his hounds on them.
While you
What
were
if he already
gallivanting about
knows?
the north, his vineyard was auctioned off.
Who was that? Woman who just left. Didn't see her before. Didn't notice her walk in either.
Doubtless Ninnis, the innkeep's daughter. But hold, Geralt, because this is an outrage. Russell's vineyard was auctioned off? Inconceivable.
It is no secret the Baron had gambling debts up to his ears. It finally came time to collect. His creditors auctioned off his property. The ducal chancellery bought it, in fact. Russell now bunks with his brother in Vicofaro.
I told Russell he'd get his comeuppance. How long can one draw on past heroics? His creditors must finally have defined that his promises meant nothing.
Such are the times. Today's knights are pale shadows of the heroes of yore.
It's true what they say. God sent the beast to punish us for straying from the old paths.
So folk think the beast's divine punishment.
Knights have turned their backs on the old customs. Where they were defenders of the duchy, They're now defenders of their own tushes.
Why, you insolent?
Let him talk.
The Duchess trades in titles, grants honors to ill-doers. We've strayed from the path
Did his
of
glasses change? I don't think
the
so.
gods' favor, so the gods sent retribution.
Don't listen to that nonsense, Geralt. It's rehashed street preacher Codsworth.
Yes, the rebel rousers have been sprouting up like weeds lately, each offering the same bill of goods.
They say anything else about the beast? Besides it being a messenger of the gods?
The Toussaintois are no fools. They see clearly the beast kills on days honoring patron saints.
Picky monster. Thanks for the hospitality. Time I examined the corpse.
Corvo Bianco lies a short way from
Or I'll
here,
try to.
near the tourney grounds. Just follow the road and you'll arrive.
Not coming with? Oh yeah, duty of some sort calls.
Some sort? Her Grace bestowed a great honor on me, even before we departed for Velen. I'm to play the hare during this year's game in the Palace Gardens. When you see me in my costume, you will wet yourself laughing.
A little tempted to ask a few
okay.
questions, but it sounds like a long, complicated story. One involving lengthy digressions into local history and tradition. So, see you later, Milton, and good luck.
Basically, your story would be too boring for me to even ask questions about it. So I'm just not going to.
Sounds of a fight. Have to hurry.
It's alright, I'm coming.
Damn it. Killer must still be here. Throat torn open by man-like jaws. Man-like. Except for long fangs. Killed with a single blow. Woman from the inn was wearing this coat. In the cellar. Gotta be. Attacker had no trouble knocking over the cart. River muck. Carried the body in this cart. Massacred. By a vampire. Not an Ekimara prints or flatter stairs, bare feet. Lead deeper into the cellar. Hurled against the wall with great force.
Dun, dun.
Used this to batter down the grate. Took a lot of strength to batter this down. You. Saw you at the inn. I know what you are. Don't know why you killed these people, though. Clearly wasn't for their blood.
He's robbing them?
We don't have to fight.
You are wrong. I cannot let you leave.
But why? Holy shit. Oh my god, that has so much range.
Stinks.
Because you saw her tits, obviously no other reason.
Waterlogged.
Could be right.
Both hands amputated. Body was quartered just as I...
Kind of funny Geralt can kill Bruiser so easy. Is it?
Laid in water for some time. Head swollen, and something took a few bites out of it. Something in the throat.
I was like that when I saw an Alp for the first time. It was zipping about all over the place.
Nilfgaardian Florins from several different provinces. If the murderer did this, means we're dealing with a sentient thinking beast.
Listen, Geralt has actually been killed by a peasant though. So, you know, nearly dying to a Bruxer, I think is fine.
Body was chopped up after death. Blows struck with great force, but bones sliced through, not crushed. Creature that killed him had long claws, sharp as a witcher's blade. First sank its claws into the victim's heart. No Bruxa did this. Third hand. A spare. Except it's clearly not the victim's. Guardsmen must have not noticed it as they picked everything up. How's this possible? Still warm. Blood still flowing. Several monster species can regenerate. Never heard of that happening to their severed limbs, though. Or of their limbs seeming completely alive after so much time. Examine the tissue more closely later. Might learn something.
Let me just put this severed hand in my pocket.
So, murderer was clearly a monster, but not a Bruxa. But then why'd the Bruxa come here for the severed hand? And who does the hand belong to? Why the hell's it still warm? Now, pouch shoved down.
Alright, sword, get out.
What's the significance? And why was he chopped
I
up?
revoke your stream watching privileges.
Need to know about the other victims. I'll ask Palmerin to get me in to see the Duchess.
That's true. Chances are by Sunday I'll have moved on to Persona anyway, so... Alright, sword I can forgive, but Unite, nah. Going on here?
Need to speak to the Duchess, urgently.
All right, you scamps. Story's done. Go find your parents.
But Sir Palmerin, what about the story of Riddick and the dragon?
A tale's for another time. But take a good look at the man who stands before you now. This is Geralt of Rivia, the master witcher who lent his valiant hand to the defeat of the giant Goliath.
Master Witcher, is it true virtue always trumps villainy?
Yeah, virtue always wins.
But the Black Knight, he's a villain and he wins.
The cutter of Casteldaccia, too.
Moral victory. That's what counts.
Rubbish.
Now, that will do for questions.
Rubbish.
Go find your parents. Her Knight and Highness has doubtless arrived at the tourney grounds to watch the battle in the arena. If we hurry, we'll be in time to speak with her before the spectacle begins.
Lead the way. Who's fighting? Nilfgaardian gladiators?
Close, but not quite. As you will soon see.
Someone's gonna fight a Shelmar? With some bells on its tail to confuse it, slow it down?
Whatever is the problem? The beast is a gift from the Emperor, no less.
Might want to get away from there.
Shouldn't torment the beast. How would you like to be dumped in an arena, blindfolded with a string of bells dangling from your ass?
Pity a monster. You, a witcher.
I slay monsters who are a threat to humans. You're out to humiliate one to entertain a crowd. No knight will gain any glory from this. Who's going to fight the beast?
Guillaume, the young man you met.
Yeah. Mentioned
Guillaume.
He his heart's capture a monster trophy.
Great love demands great sacrifices.
Let's go.
I remember that guy from The Giant. He's still gonna get his ass kicked, isn't he?
I dedicate my imminent victory to fair Lady Vivian.
It's begun. The fight shall have to end first. We must wait.
Got a bad feeling about this.
Okay. Stop showboating.
Damn it.
Oh, wiped out.
We have to help him.
Stop trying to hit it, you idiot. Get out of there. Oh my god, get out of there. He's going to start spinning. Oh my god. Is there a way to stop that? Maybe Axie stops him? Oh, I just didn't want that other guy to die. When am I doing the Witcher 3 100% no damage run? Never.
The Shelma lies defeated by Geralt of Rivia, master of the witchering trade.
100% no Igni run. Also never.
Sheep from the beast.
None of those two sound fun.
Do what you must. Finish the deed.
Sure.
It suffered enough.
200% speed run. This isn't Castlevania.
Be the victors.
Guillaume.
There is no upside down castle.
I'm fine. Not hurt at all. Vivian?
Smile as befits a hero and keep silent. Speech clearly paints you. She approaches.
That's true, I did.
Geralt.
Maybe you're right.
Talk. Vivian.
You shall talk later, in the medic's tent.
Geralt, magnificent, breathtaking.
Your Grace.
We knew that to summon you was a brilliant idea. We are delighted, ravished to have struck upon it.
And I'm truly honored.
See to our young hero. Hop, hop, for we must make off with Geralt. We should talk. We had been long awaiting your arrival, had nearly lost hope. Then suddenly, that entrance, so spectacular.
Your Grace. Shelmars are dangerous creatures, even to knights in full plate armor.
Nonsense. In Toussaint, knights have battled beasts for mere glory since time immemorial. True. Guillaume suffered a few bumps, scars, and bruises, but in return gained eternal glory as he who slew the monster.
But he didn't.
What about the crown?
He didn't even come close to slaying the monster.
Would have been a massacre.
Geralt, though we value your fortuitous intervention in the arena, we would remind you your services have been retained, and as shall soon become clear, you will be generously compensated for completing another task altogether.
Your Grace, my contract. I'd like to discuss it.
Naturally, but not here. We shall need Damien. He led the investigation pending your arrival. But wherever could he be? Come, we must find him.
Sure. Damien. The most normal sounding name of a character I've come across so far. When do I get to meet Bob? And John?
Tell us, have you come alone? Or did Viscount Julian accompany you?
Wish to see Dandelion, Your Grace?
Yes. I mean, no. Yes. But solely to tell him we regret. Yes, deeply regret rescinding the death sentence we so justly handed down upon him. If we could turn back time, we would make certain he sat in a tower till he rotted,
No, we would ensure he was broken on the wheel, then drawn, hanged, and quartered.
So wait, Dandelion's real name is Julian?
Ah, the very man we would entrust with these tasks. Damien de la Tour, captain of my personal guard.
Your Grace, Witcher.
Greetings. Sorry to have to tell you, but the guardsman handling the last victim's body...
I know already. The creature in the cellar of Corvo Bianco. Was it the beast?
No. A Bruxa, a kind of vampire. Not the beast, but tied to it in some way.
You know this how?
Through careful analysis of the evidence, both on the riverbank and at Corvo Bianco.
Do you mean to insinuate the investigation thus far has been sloppy?
Geralt insinuates nothing of the sort.
My
We must listen
God.
to him attentively.
Nem! Look what Sword just did.
I examined
Look
the
at
body
it.
of the beast's last victim. Might have found something. Need to analyze it. A quiet place, that's what I could use most right now. And maybe the help of an alchemist or a mage.
You got me.
Also like to hear all you know about the previous victims. Take it Sir de la Tour is my man for that.
Firstly, call me Damien, please. Secondly, you should know I spoke against summoning you here. I've heard much about you. You bring trouble, or thus far have, always. And we've enough trouble as it is. Yet we are capable of defeating the beast on our own, without an outsider's help. I've no doubt about it.
Damien, we settled the matter of the Witcher's employ some time past. Definitively.
Nem linked me that video
Since you have
a few
broached
months
it
ago.
nonetheless, let us discuss Geralt's pay. Are the
And,
legends do Witchers usually demand that which you find at
yeah,
home,
it was pretty
yet
great.
did not expect?
Not quite, Your Grace. Law of surprise, it's something we invoke at times, but rarely. Usually we just take gold.
Disappointing. This law sounds rather romantic. On the other hand, on returning to the palace, we would likely find impatient petitioners or a set of sample fabrics for a new dress. Poor rewards, both. I fear you'd not have much use for any of the surprises we are likely to come upon. Thus, we've
Why is there a
decided
guy in the
you shall
background
proceed
just
to the
holding
gate to a vineyard,
a piece of paper
Corvo
and a
Bianco,
key
and a sum of coin?
on a
You would
pillow?
doubtless consider this adequate. Title to the vineyard.
Wait,
shall
they're
be
giving
given
me
to you
a
at
vineyard?
once. Surely you'll need lodgings while you hunt. The coin, however, will be yours only once you have slain the beast.
Lovely, generous gesture, Your Grace. By the way, Corvo Bianco. Isn't it the Duchy's temporary morgue?
Is it now?
Oh, that's the place that I went to
Chancellery's
earlier.
bungled again, we fear. Not to be left unsupervised for one instant.
Where we
Yet,
had to
in
fight
its
against the
mood, a morgue
Bruxa.
should present minimal problems to a Witcher. What's more, nothing enhances a wine's reputation better than a grim legend.
Thank you, Your Grace. I accept the contract, of course. But as I said before, I'll need some information. How'd it start? Who was the first victim?
Crespier was the first to die. He was famed once for his many glorious
Oh, Crispy, that's the guy who,
Then he grew old, hung up
that's the
his
guy who
sword
was
and
trying
turned
to
Crispy
wrong
was not
Liam
loved
and
by
Matilda.
wine merchants. He was ruthless in business and thought to cheat many a time. He asked us for a dispensation from all court ceremonies. We did not grant it. We could not. Once you've taken the oath of a knight, you remain a knight till death.
How'd he die? Where'd they find the body?
Quite unusual, the circumstance. He was at a feast when suddenly one of his fellow feastgoers
You think it's this guy?
noticed
You think
he was
it's
missing.
Damien?
The town watch
He does
found him
have
an hour later.
a name of
His hands and
the
knees,
beast.
propped against the town pillory, his sword hanging from his neck. He had died of wounds inflicted with claws, not a weapon. Blows of great force.
So he died suddenly, but the body was on its knees, meaning someone posed it.
So it seems.
Second murder. Tell me what you know.
In the city there are certain nooks. No one reasonable ventures there after dark. Ramon Dulac's corpse was found in one such place. With the first murder, terror gripped the city. Its inhabitants grew wary, kept to safe areas. Consequently, news of the second victim came to us from a group of concerned cut-purses.
Criminals fear the beast? Telling in a way. Take it you've excluded the possibility that Ramon died at the hands of these bandits.
Do you believe me an amateur?
Kind of.
Not hands, but claws killed Ramon Dulac. The wound was deep, clean.
His body was found in the gutter, dressed in nightshirt and cap, a pillow placed under his head, and his sword replaced by a bed warmer. Ramon Dulac, a knight who but a dozen years past was an advisor to our father, the Duke.
Someone went to a lot of trouble to make him look ridiculous. Maybe revenge was the motive.
It's not out of the question. Dulac had shady dealings with the criminal underworld, but no one ever came forth with concrete proof of any misdoings.
So, first two victims were knights, best years behind them.
The same could be said of the third. Sir Delacroix was wont to claim that in modern times, knights face new challenges. Enterprise being the latest.
He got killed because he was making water instead of
He
wine.
made a veritable fortune in the grain trade. Palmerin even nicknamed him Sir de la Stinchi.
Found a coin pouch on his body. Contained florins dating from various times, hailing from different provinces of the Empire.
Delacroix loved coin, true, but had no patience for numismatics.
Lots of similarities between the victims. All the bodies were found in strange places under extraordinary circumstances. Seems the murderer, whoever or whatever it is, has some meaning to convey.
These were honorable men. We are horrified by the disdain, the disrespect with which they were treated. These were knights of Toussaint. Blast it.
Might be the point. From what you say, none was a model of virtue. Ever considered that's what the beast's trying to draw attention to?
All the murdered men were knights who swore fealty to the 5 chivalric virtues. And even if the
Knights of Toussaint swear fealty to what virtues exactly?
honor, wisdom, generosity, valor, and compassion.
5 virtues. Why are they so important to your knights?
Strange question.
Your Grace, forgive me. I'm a foreigner trying to understand another land's customs.
Yeah, let's go with that.
According to legend, the virtues we cultivate were bestowed upon us.
The
by
evidence is
late
clear. The
king.
killer is a
How
werebear.
we truly came to espouse them, none remember. In Toussaint, we believe men of low birth should be simple-hearted and obedient. We expect much more, however, of our knights. They are to be soldiers and courtiers, lords and servants.
A warehouse.
For clear moral guidelines.
It's not how you spell
At the time of his
warehouse.
dubbing, a knight vows to demonstrate throughout his life honor, wisdom, generosity, valor, and compassion.
Beast seems to be pointing up moral decay, denouncing it. Victims were all humiliated. Might have been murdered to emphasize their lack of specific chivalric virtues.
Honor compromised by the pillory. Wisdom by ridicule. Generosity by a coin pouch shoved down a throat. It seems to fit, true, though not perfectly.
How's
Can't
that?
discount the theory if it's on the lips of everyone in town. Say our reasoning's right. Next murder will be just as showy and denounce the victim's lack of the 4th virtue, valor. We can also assume that victim will be an elder knight.
Let's think. At the moment, all the knights are either at the tourney grounds or in the palace gardens. Our annual hare hunt shall begin there shortly. Have you heard of the custom?
Milton mentioned something. Seemed excited to prance around in a bunny costume. Not sure why. Hang on. Strange circumstances. A knight advanced in years. The famed cowardice of rabbits.
Could it be that simple? Is Milton de Peyrac-Peyren the next victim?
Milton also knew Delacroix. Told me so down by the river.
Damien! To miss something so obvious. De Peyrac-Peyren, Crespi, Delacroix, and Delac formed a knightly team. It was years ago, but
Of course.
They were a team?
They were close friends, tightly knit, and as such earned the trust of our
Man,
father.
whoever was investigating this beast thing before was terrible.
Unlikely to be a coincidence.
Damien.
Must know it too. It's a lead, I'm sure. Your Grace, we need to find Milton immediately.
Rather problematic. You see, the garden entertainments are due to start, and he's disguised as the hare, hiding somewhere, waiting for some tipsy courtiers to find him. The hare's hiding place is a carefully guarded secret.
We must call off the game, at once.
First and foremost, we must remain calm. Damien, order the garden searched immediately, but discreetly. By no means can we disrupt the festivities. Panic will only incite the beast to strike sooner.
True.
And you, Witcher, follow me. My gardens, my night, I shall take the fall. A murder is out of the question. I will not allow it. Not near my palace. Horses? Ready our horses!
It sounded like she said horses.
Your Grace!
A woman of action, I see. Damien if you do, Damien if you don't. God damn it.
Your Highness,
Mind it doesn't get wrinkled. Onward! Hey! That is silk! Be careful! Give it to me!
What the fuck is wrong with these people? Yeah, she's alright. Oh my god, get out of the way.
Clear a path! Clear the way, I said!
There's a quest called No Place Like Home. Oh, I guess that's because of the,
Just round the corner!
Hurry!
We must go to where the game is being held. The participants must find a unicorn's horn.
Yeah, I guess the, this one. No, that's a different one. Oh, I need to visit Gulam in the medic's tent. And then this is Corvo Bianco. Ah, there's my stash.
A golden fish and a phoenix egg. With these in hand, they can deduce where the hare, Milton, hides.
Mean we need to find those things too.
We've no other option, but time is of the essence, so we shall have to break the rules.
I mean, surely the Queen will know where he's hiding. It's a closely guarded secret, but guarded by who?
I shall show you where the hunt plays out. Then we will split up. You will get hold of the unicorn horn and the golden fish, while I nab the phoenix egg. That will be quickest.
Golden fish. Do I need a rod or a net?
Please, Geralt. It's not a real fish. Look there, towards the water. See the lights? The hunters are trying to hook the fish from boats. You must simply dive in and find it.
The unicorn. How do I catch it?
It's terribly skittish, true, but I'm sure you will find a way to earn its trust. It runs around over there, look.
Axie.
The golden fish.
That's just a horse with a horn taped to the head.
That will help us find Milton. Once you have fish and horn, find me among the other phoenix egg hunters. All clear? Then let's get to it.
Vermentino and Coronata have
Coming through.
Beatrice chapped heels, I've got roaring heartburn.
Excuse me, we're on a deadline here.
To call a state courageous or coward.
Excuse me. Coming through.
deceive Fletcher. Beware.
You want me to go this way? Oh, and then cut across the grass, I see.
Golden fish should be easy to spot once I'm under.
Lahe.
What the blazes?
Did someone just dive in the water?
Oh, candy. Toffee. Candy. Golden fish. Fast.
Hey, wait. Stop. It's important.
Give me the fish.
King Cormorant, sire, accept this offering we bring. Prithee cast upon us your merciful eye, and bear before us its secrets.
As the moon is heavenly coursed doth trace, in my domain I await that moment of grace, when a soul of good or ill repute
He's talking in rhymes. He's got to go.
fitting tribute.
A key.
Not only that, I'm going to steal your boat as well. Do you? Yeah, try to get out of there now. If there's one thing I can't stand, besides everything, it's people that talk in rhymes. I hate it. It's so obnoxious. Alright, let's get Axie ready. See, told you, it's just a horse with a horn taped to it.
Perhaps an apple will work. Or some sweets.
We would not be in this predicament, dear sister, were you still a virgin.
Do you really wish to have this conversation again? Here
How
and
does
now?
that have to do with anything?
Hush, or you'll spook the beast. We shall try the sweets.
Hey, folks. Gonna have to ruin your fun. Sorry.
Who's that?
Axie, do it. Oh. 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 Of course. You literally have...
Come on, stay calm.
What the fuck? Yeah, that's what I thought.
Easy now.
Yeah, just Axie. Easy. Give me that.
Well, that's hardly fair.
Flagrant cheating is what it is. Sirs, we must teach this scamp some proper sportsmanship.
Hands off, a man's life is at stake.
A bold-faced lie.
Let's show the scoundrel the true meaning of valor.
Needs to be taught a lesson.
Don't have time for this.
We shall teach you manners. He's a cheat, a cad. We shall teach you manners. Oh, come on.
Needs to be taught a lesson.
We shall teach you manners.
The man needs to be taught a lesson.
We shall teach you manners.
The
needs to be taught a lesson.
Not good.
If not...
Fuck. No.
Definitely not allowing that. Definitely not. Fuck those guys. I'm gonna beat them to within an inch of their life. Also, why am I not allowed to eat food during that?
Flick, sir. Let's...
Come on, come closer.
The impotence. The man needs to be taught a lesson.
We shall teach you manners.
He's a cheat, a coward. You shall regret your dishonesty.
Defend yourself, rogue.
The impotence.
Defend yourself, rogue.
Impotence.
Defend yourself, rogue.
The impotence. The man needs to be taught a lesson. The impotence. The man needs to be taught a lesson.
That's enough of that.
Oh, the Superman punch. Oh, you shit.
Defend yourself, rogue. We shall teach you manners. Defend yourself, rogue. We shall teach you manners. Defend yourself, rogue.
Yeah.
Halt, vagrant. I demand satisfaction.
Fuck off. No time.
They're done at last.
Unworthy.
Oh, I love Geralt.
Oh, my. If you please, Your Grace.
We do not please. We act out of the highest necessity. All shall be explained later.
Give me the egg.
But it's against the rules.
I am the rules.
But that's against the law. I
Get
am the law.
At last.
Got a key and a clue.
And I've another. Show me yours. Who wrote this drivel? I begin like a groan, hollowed out with ease, then end like a mouse with a head of hard cheese.
Begin like a grown. Greenhouse. I begin like a groan, hollowed out with ease, then end like a mouse with a head of hard cheese. What the hell ends like a mouse with a head of hard cheese? What does that even mean? I imagine cave is probably right. But where does the mouse with a head of hard cheese come from? Pantry? I mean, pantry is only an option because of the cheese thing, right? I don't think it's pantry. It's greenhouse work. someplace cramped. That could be anywhere. It's between cave and greenhouse. The grown hollowed out... The... Hollowed out with ease. I don't actually know the answer, but... Like, none of these fit for me. I like puzzles, not riddles. Begin like a grown, hollowed out with ease, then end like a mouse with a head of hard cheese. Does anybody know the answer? My guess is between cave and greenhouse, but I don't actually know how those fit, so I don't actually know which one it is. The greenhouse? Are they going to explain it if I choose the right answer? Alright, I've got nothing better to go on, I'll just go with what you said.
Let's see. Grown with ease gives us green, right? And mouse with a head of hard cheese. Greenhouse?
You're a genius. Several greenhouses in the gardens, indeed. But
What?
only one looks, the key to which looks just like the one we found.
That's a fucking everyman clue if ever I've fucking seen one. Get out of here, Witcher. You piece of shit.
Wait here.
God damn it. Oh shit, they got him.
Oh, what the butch?
What was that?
Higher vampire, I guess. Igni the door down. Oh, it's not even closed.
I'm here.
Yeah, I can see that.
This belonged to you, maybe?
It did, but you may keep it. I've a new one. I do not know you. I've done you no harm. Yet first you butchered a Bruxer who was dear to me. Now you pursue me. Why?
You've killed 4 innocent people, at least.
And you? How many innocents have you cut down?
Plenty. Even more of the guilty, though. You're next.
In Goldberg over here.
Not. You see, I've something to do still.
More murders?
Just one. Not counting yours.
Bloody hell.
You want to stay where you were. Regenerate. I know you're in trouble. I can help. I'll help myself. No, he's my friend.
God damn. I'm not gonna lie, I feel like I can win that fight.
Yes, Geralt, it's me.
Regis? You alright?
All is well.
Alright, I'm not gonna lie, I have no fucking clue who
Such as
Regis
these heat
is.
on vampires in moments. But we've not seen one another in ages, my friend. At least in human terms, that is.
How's this even possible? Last I saw you...
I was a bubbling, shapeless smear, having been rather spectacularly melted into a column of a certain castle. In somewhat better shape now, as you can see. Hardly peak form, mind you, but were I human, folk would think me a demigod, I dare say.
I'm sorry. What happened? It was my fault. Never got a chance to apologize.
No need, Geralt. Bygones. I did not have to join you on that expedition. No one twisted my arm.
Miraculous regeneration. How do you manage it?
I had help. From the one you hunt.
Him? How? And what have you been doing all these years?
Not the time nor place for such stories. I suspect we'll get a chance to speak at ease and at length later. Now, however, we must deal with the reason that brought us both here.
So you being here, it's no coincidence?
Your powers of deduction seem to have waned not one bit. I'm happy. I came here for Detlaf. I fear he's become entangled, landed himself in serious trouble.
So that's his name. He's your friend?
You might call it that. Though Detlaf is, how would you humans put it, more bestial than I am. But not to worry, I'm working on him.
Haven't exactly done a great job with that. He's killed one knight since I got here, at least 3 others before I arrived.
For good reason, I'm sure. Understand, Detlaf is not some decadent shit who kills for sport, or to assuage a dryness of throat or a dullness of mood.
So in your opinion, what are his reasons?
Precisely what I wish to find out. And then I will convince him of the error of his ways.
Got a lot of faith in the guy.
Despite appearances to the contrary, you two are quite alike. You've both noble hearts, yet you both are wont to perform ignoble deeds. When circumstances force you to, of course. Remember the year 964?
No.
That was 3 centuries ago.
Blind fear gripped Rivia, Lyria, and Spala. Women and children were dying. Their mutilated, dismembered...
Wait, how old is Geralt?
Brute of Lyria. Read about it. Chewed up almost 200, then fell to a common poacher supposedly armed with a dagger blessed by some prophet.
It fell to Detlaf, who then found a poacher asleep in the brush near his snares and dropped the fiend's corpse at his feet. And thus, a legend was born.
Awfully good of him. But do I need to know this?
Yes. So you'll understand Detlaf is no cold-blooded killer. I believe he's landed in some mess and he sees no way out.
What makes you say that?
Vilgefortz melted my body. Detlaf found what was left. As per our codex, he had a choice. To leave me where I was, or to care for me and nurture my remains. He chose the latter. Regenerated me at no small expense in his own blood. Do you know what that means to a vampire? The gravity of the endeavor?
Probably same thing it means to a human. You owe him your life.
Much more than that. The act itself made us blood brethren. A bond so strong humans cannot even imagine. Which is why I know something ill is afoot.
Always had an overdeveloped sense of empathy.
Each vampire has a unique talent. One they hone over centuries. It's precisely what renders us so difficult to classify.
Really?
Detlaf's trump card is his herd instinct. His tribal propensity.
That's kind of cool.
In point of fact, he prefers the company of lesser vampires and shuns that of humans. If he walks among you, killing egregiously, it can only mean something's upset him immensely.
Anything specific? Some set of things that'd be likely to set him off?
How should I say this? Detlef doesn't understand men, their world, its rules, its conventions. He's naive in a sense. He doesn't comprehend your games, knows not what it means to lie, deceive.
Suggesting he's maladjusted and venting his rage.
I'm suggesting maladjustment can at times breed conflict. But is it the case this time? I cannot say, but intend to find out.
Gotta find him before something upsets him even more, and all Beauclair is awash with blood.
Well, we share a cause then, just like the old days.
Not entirely. I mean, when I find him, you know.
I know you've a contract on his head. Yet your true task is to stop the beast killing, not necessarily to kill the beast, am I right?
All in all, sure.
True, that's one way of interpreting
I
that.
hope I'll have convinced you Detlef is no monster.
Fine, all right already. But for now, evidence is stacking up against him.
Hear that?
The posse. Knights must have tracked me here.
I prefer they not find me here. I've makeshift quarters at Mère Lachaise Long Cemetery. We'll meet there.
See you.
He looked right at it.
We flew here as fast as our courses would carry us. Yet I fear we're late all the same. Pray, where is the beast?
Still investigating. About to inspect this site. Withdraw your men before they trample all over the evidence.
Sirs, we must let the Witcher do his work. Milton's murder
So
cannot
Milton
go
is
unavenged.
actually dead. That's a shame. I liked him. Alright, I am actually about to win that fight though. This one, maybe? Or 49. Which one's this? What time is it now? 17:04. Bloody hell. But that was what, 15 minutes ago? That's probably after the fight, right? But that's before the fight? No, because that was one big cutscene. Is this one going to be after the fight? You know, funnily enough, that's not a command in Stream Elements, but in Streamlabs it is.
Wait here.
Oh, I see. It does the chase first.
It's I yet you've and
Plenty. More.
just not.
Alright.
Kill again.
God damn it, move! Ah.
You want to stay where you are. Regenerate.
I know you're in trouble.
Wait,
I can help.
But neither of those two are right.
No, he's my friend. Yes, Geralt, it's me.
Regis?
Regis?
You alright?
I can probably skip all this.
No, Nick. I had him, not the... So you're... I can't... You haven't forgot...
I don't remember what options I gave though.
Remember... Blood... Brute... It...
Off.
Yes.
What make...
Each out problem. But
oh,
each in point.
And
I'm
gotta.
Well,
not an
all in. Let us
fine.
Hit
the pot.
I prefer.
See. Which still.
There we go. Easy. So this is the way we went, right? Where's Milton? Where's that greenhouse?
Don't crowd around.
Did we chase him through the streets? We did chase him through the streets, didn't we? There's the gardens. Would it be there? I want to go pay my respects to a character I actually liked. Is this it? Over here? I'm gonna go give him a Viking funeral. How do I get in here? Ah. Aha. Why'd they move the body? I need to investigate. That looks ridiculous. All right. What's first? So this is where I go meet Regis. We also have this one where we need to go visit Guillaume in the medic's tent. However, can also do No Place Like Home, so let's go do that. Let's go get me a vineyard, shall we? I've got my own dog and everything.
Welcome home, sir. I am Barnabas Basil Faulty. By order of the Duchess, I shall serve you as Major Domo of Corfu Bianco.
Barnabas Basil Faulty.
I previously served with
There's no
distinction
way
at the
that's an
Neagley
accident.
family manor and
There's
in
no
Nazaire with
way.
Admiral Rompali, who, as you are certain to know, is an extraordinary demanding gentleman.
Whoa, Barnabas Basil. One thing you ought to know. I'm not your typical landed gentleman. Truth be told, this is the first real property I've ever owned.
Oh, in that case, You must leave it all to me. I shall organize, see to everything, and whip the house into order. I dare say this place will soon be the most prosperous vineyard around.
Great. Can already see I'm in good hands. Vineyard comes across as a place with a rich history. Know who owned it before me?
Baron Rossel, who went bankrupt, forcing him to sell the estate to the Duchess.
Shame that.
The Baron, in turn, had purchased it from Monsieur Bolius of the Headsman, a truly colorful man of Ketweni origin.
He was actually a headsman?
No, not him, but his great-great-great-great-grandfather. Indeed. Apparently, he was a common cut-purse who somehow secured for himself the post of ducal headsman in Beauclair. Went about his work with an exceptional penchant. They say he chopped off more heads than there are grapevines in the ducal vineyards. He never hesitated, not once. Never sliced unevenly, never botched a job. For his exemplary service, the Duke granted him a title and this estate. Monsieur Bolius, on the other hand, was an engineer in his younger years. Once retired, he settled here and took to producing wine. Sadly, misfortune struck and he lost his sense first of smell, then of taste. Additionally, he could not drink alcohol. His medic forbade it.
Shame that. He gave up making wine?
Not at all. He made even more of it. Began throwing wild balls to which he'd invite friends from far and wide in order to treat them to his wine and delight in the fact that at least someone could enjoy it. It's the sort of man he was, Monsieur Bolius.
Ah.
Mind giving me a little tour de Corvo Bianco?
Not in the least. Follow me, please. I think it would be practical to begin on the hill.
Where'd you get your glasses? I got mine from an assassin.
Behold, sir, your estate in all its splendor.
Pretty vast.
Indeed. And now, sir, allow me to show you a handful of interesting details. Follow me, please.
Been a major domo all your life?
Yes, I come from a long line of major domos. My father was a major domo, as was my grandfather before him, as was my great-aunt. In fact, she was the one to start the tradition.
Great-aunt?
A hard woman. It is said that already as a child, she knew where she was going, and went there. When she
She went out of her way to become a major domo? What is a major domo?
Slowly worked her way up to major domo. She dragged the rest of the family up the same path.
Is it just a fancy butler?
The servants' quarters. I occupy the green home. With the Duchess's permission, I have hired a full staff. Their salaries to be paid from the ducal treasury.
Nice of her.
Not the most sightly part of the estate, I admit. But I think it's worthwhile for you as master of the domain to know where the help stays.
Rude. Please tell me there's a way for me to upgrade my vineyard.
Baron Rossel.
Because it looks like shit.
In this part of the estate uprooted and olive groves planted in their place. They look beautiful, especially come spring.
Don't look at all bad now either.
Follow me, please.
Nothing says love like a push.
Down below lies your vineyard, where we grow a strain of Carfanere, one of the world's oldest. Aged in oak barrels, it provides for an exquisite wine with distinct blackberry, wild cherry, plum, and cinnamon notes. Marvelous.
Marvelous.
Try it one of these days.
Hey, what are these peasants doing on my land?
To reconcile.
Nice well. Picturesque.
Yes, though it ran dry long ago. During the raucous feasts Master Bolius held, he would order it filled with wine. There's a tale about a guest attending a Bolius ball for the first time and thus unaware of the custom. He had suffered great heartbreak and had decided to end his life.
You just finished Heart of Stone, level 31.5?
The festivities
Nice.
were coming to a close, and the well was
What did you
nearly
think?
empty when the suicidal
Heart of Stone
guest
is still probably
finally
my
jumped.
favorite.
Instead of killing himself, he merely broke his legs. To numb the pain, he drank the
My
water.
favorite quest line in the game.
Not at all. When found the next day, he had concluded he'd witnessed twin miracles. The water had been changed into wine, and he had survived. He retired to a monastery in the Dragon Mountains and began preaching the wisdoms of Lebioda.
The wisdoms of Lebioda. God, what is this shithole now?
Monsieur Bolius' wife Nina kept a garden here. A supremely lovely place.
Yeah, your garden sucks, dude.
Bit neglected now.
I agree. Yet nothing stands in the way of restoring it to its former glory, and once again planting it with herbs and other vegetation.
Yeah, maybe you were just a bit too low level for it or something. I don't know.
Madame Nina planted diminutive, delicate flowers and herbs here. One might say.
But yeah,
the
story-wise,
aroma still hangs
really good.
You're quite the romantic, Barnabas Basil.
I'd stomp wine with that one. We would stomp till we were red and sweaty.
Alright, relax, lady.
What do you get for all that work? A cook in Quebec once so on in years.
This served as an additional wine cellar in years of plentiful harvests.
Which vaccine did I get? I don't know. Let me have a look at my card. Pfizer.
You've spread some nastiness to me.
The cellars, voila. During Monsieur Bolis'
My mum got the Johnson & Johnson, so she only needed to get one vaccine.
Of cleaning up the mess, which
I made while fighting the Bruxa. Thanks, Barnabas Basil. Appreciate it.
I wish I got that one as well, so I didn't have to leave the house twice to get it done.
As you can see, the facade is, how to put it, slightly stained. But one cannot deny it, a certain subtle southern charm.
True, though it could use a bit of subtle paint.
Are we going in? Okay, apparently we're going in. Oh, I like it.
And welcome inside.
Pretty
On the
nice.
left is the master bedroom. On the right, the dining hall and kitchen. Upstairs, you shall find the guest room, currently used for storage.
Not a bad idea.
At the moment, the house is only minimally furnished. Yet I believe we will, together, devise some innovative arrangements. A few paintings, for instance, would breathe new life into the abode immediately.
Oh, I have
With
some
that,
of those.
sir, you've seen the full lay of the land. Corfo Bianco is a beautiful estate. But one must admit, time has taken its toll. If forgive me for being forward, but if you were to choose to invest a small sum towards its beautification, consider me at your service on the matter.
Think I'll take you up on that. Be sure to come and see you if I decide to do any remodeling.
Hey, renovating. Let's
Place could
go.
stand to be spruced up.
Oh, most decidedly, sir. The question is where you would like to begin this rejuvenation.
Work on the house.
Been thinking about the outer walls. Maybe a fresh coat of paint or some patching.
If I might dare to make a suggestion, why not start with a general renovation? I once oversaw such work at Admiral
What do I
Robles'
think of the Blood and
summer
Wine
residence.
questline so far? Honestly, I've only done like 2 quests of the Blood and Wine like story. There were so many side quests for me to do and like areas to explore. I've only just started doing the main story.
It's in your hands then. Make the place shine.
I shall get to work immediately. Within a day's passing, I shall have sent for the crew which rebuffed the Admiral's residence. They are the finest specialists around. Highly skilled at what they do, it shall not take them too long, I wager. 2 days after they begin, your eyes will behold your residence in its refurbished, rejuvenated, beautified state. Is there anything else you require, sir?
Yeah, let's improve the grounds.
Got these spacious grounds. But maybe it's time to make them more useful.
Oh, yes. We certainly should. The way I see things, given your trade, sir, you would be wise to put in a grindstone and an armorer's table. A good way to start things off, don't you think?
Yes.
My armor needs work from time to time. You know, oil this, reinforce that. Could use a decent work table where I could do all that.
Admiral Rompali once hired a specialist who made the finest armorer's tables this side of the Yeruga.
This side of things with like the
Order me up a table like that.
with like the renovations to this kind of reminds me of the Skyhold from Inquisition.
Will you be needing anything else, sir?
In my trade, my blades get dull pretty quick. Could use a
Am I a fan of spicy foods?
grade.
Absolutely not. Not even a little
No
bit.
one would consider that an unnecessary extravagance, I would wager.
Then send out for one, please. A high-quality stone to be set up in the yard.
Of course. I shall send a runner to town at once. I believe you shall be grinding to your heart's content by tomorrow. Will you be needing anything else, sir?
Know what? Changed my mind.
I shall be glad to...
Okay.
Thanks.
So wait 3 days for the general refurbishment to finish. Wait 1 day for a grindstone. Wait 1 day for an armorer's table. Okay. Oh, weapon rack. You are waiting for your bed to be replaced. Oh, I can place trophies. Yeah. No, I don't have any trophies. What's this? Hang a painting of the White Wolf. Oh, and this just lets me read my books. All of them. How many times have we had the spicy food discussion in the past 2 weeks? Don't know. Not that much, I don't think. Got the librarian. Yeah. Okay, we got a weapon rack. Oh, we got an armor stand. And then this is the guest room, which is being used for storage. Wait, why is this the guest room and not the master bedroom? I feel like this should be the master bedroom. No? Am I wrong? Also, I definitely have some paintings in my inventory. Do I not? I thought I definitely had some paintings in my inventory, unless I got rid of them somehow. Yeah, I guess I don't have any paintings. Wait, what happened to the painting of the fat guy? Leather Fart, or whatever his name is. Bonafart. I got that painting from the Three Dwarves when I was rescuing Dandelion. Didn't I? Did I give it to Dandelion? Oh, I did give it to Dandelion. Ah, shit. You're right. How does it look? Oh! It looks kind of nice now. Oh, more armors? Oh my god. Okay, this looks much nicer. Look at what he's done. Oh, the kitchen though. Oh. I love it. You've done a great job. Alright, what's going on upstairs though? Oh yeah, this is nice. Although I still say this should be the master bedroom.
Renovations coming along all right, Barnabas Basil?
Superbly, sir. General refurbishment has been completed, and I took the liberty of adding 2 racks, each upon which you might hang weapons and armor, if you've some pieces you'd like to display. Likewise, I have prepared a few spots in which new paintings might be hung. In Athenus, the laborers dusting out the cellar have made a most unusual discovery.
Right.
I believe it's something you'll wish to see.
If you say I should see it, I'll go see it right now, BB.
I'll go have a look right now, baby.
Please, Leon and Matilda.
What's the
Strange. Something behind this wall, I think.
What is this?
Laboratory. Must have been an alchemist at one time.
In this lab, you can transform mutagens taken from monsters into their basic versions. For example, you can turn a wraith mutagen into a lesser green mutagen. You can upgrade basic mutagens into their more powerful versions using the alchemy panel. If you find the right formula, you can change mutagens' colors. Oh. I can transform 78 wraith mutagens into 78 lesser greens. Yeah, that's probably a good idea, because some of those are really terrible. Actually, I'm not going to do that, though, because some of them... some of them require me... Like, some oils require the things. Right? No. Oh, I guess not. Oh, I guess it's because it's the superior version or whatever. Yeah, I guess maybe I will do that then. Alright. Why not? I don't care. Dismantle them all. I don't need them for anything. Callie, hello. Wait, what? My stream hates you today? Why is that? What happened? What did I do? Oh my god, stop doing that. Oh no, I did need a Doppler one for that. Actually, I don't think I've ever killed a Doppler. I don't think I've ever killed a succubus either. You had to refresh 3 times to get it to stop jerking and stuttering, and each time it forced an ad down your throat. Yeah. Yeah. That's not good. Well, I didn't do anything. I can count the amount of times I've run an ad on this stream on one hand because I've done it once to test it. That's it. That's the only time ads have been run on this channel, was once to test it when I think I'd only just found out how it works. Oh, that's right. I just got the Stream Deck and I was trying the run ad button on the Stream Deck, and that's the only time an ad was run. So yeah, not my fault. I don't run ads. All right.
Know anything about the laboratory in the cellar? One of the previous owners take an interest in alchemy.
A laboratory? Alchemy? I know nothing of it.
10 years of ads might be able to afford a slice of pizza. Oh, my dad was telling me something earlier while I was getting the vaccine. He said, oh yeah, the cinema has raised their prices by 40%. I was like, oh, okay, so a ticket's going to be £15 now instead of £10. I don't actually know how much a cinema ticket is. And he goes, yeah, I was like, well, that doesn't seem that bad. And he goes, yeah, but that £5 could be used to get a small popcorn or, you know, a small Coke or something. It's just like, yeah, that's true. I can play Gwent against this guy.
Ever play Gwent, BB?
Funny you should ask, sir. I was quite adept in my younger years, but that was so long ago. I fear I've limited my interest to collecting now. Managed to assemble quite the set of decks.
Huh, sounds interesting. Mind showing me what you got?
Not at all, sir, but only in action. A round or two, perhaps?
Perhaps.
May the best man win.
Do you wish to play against any particular faction, sir?
You know, I'm gonna have to play him against all of them, aren't I?
Play as the Northern Realms.
All right, 5 games of Gwent. Let's go.
Would you prefer I use my strongest deck or a weaker one?
Strongest.
Feeling lucky today. Use your strongest.
At your service, sir. Well then, let us play.
All right, strongest Northern Realms deck. Let's go. Oh my god, that okay. I've lost. I've lost already. There's no point in even trying. Would you really scorch that down? Really? Ah, see, even he realizes that the Siege Master is the way to go. Oh, yeah. Well, I know what his last card is. He really doesn't want to play that spy. Come on, you know I've got a decoy. Let's go. Okay, solid. Not bad, not bad. Ooh, really now? That was his strongest deck. That was his strongest deck.
I congratulate you on your victory. Shall we continue playing?
Nah, maybe later.
Maybe later.
As you wish.
I want to do some more renovating.
Starting to really like this place. Maybe we should keep going. Refurbish some more. What do you think, BB?
As you wish, sir. Shall we see to the house or the grounds this time?
Wait, what more work can I do?
By investing a bit of coin, I could make the house more functional.
What can I do with the house?
Indeed, momentum is best maintained once established. Now that we've finished the general renovations, you might begin to consider such things as a new bed, or additional armor stands, or weapon racks. Also, some new furnishings and a fresh coat of paint on the walls would do much to improve the guest quarters.
Use a better bed, I
Thinking
guess.
about buying a comfortable bed. Always wanted one.
Excellent idea. In your profession,
Yeah, getting a better bed sounds good. Oh, Callie.
Say the word, and I shall order you a bed from the carpenters who craft comfort for the court.
I was talking to... Oh, bonus to vitality.
Great.
Nice. I was talking to Oxy earlier.
Think I deserve one at my age.
Apparently, Oxy knew all about me joining the Cards Against Humanity thing.
Anything
and
else you require, sir?
Could use another weapon rack. Got some interesting pieces I'd like to
that
display.
I know of a
he might be
carpenter shop in
available.
town which crafts the humblest lumber into true masterpieces. You need but give the word.
Fine. Order the racks.
Of course, at once. At most 1 day for them to arrive is my estimation. Is there anything else you require, sir?
More armor
I've
stand.
often picked up well-crafted, beautifully ornamented armor. Some of those pieces would look great on display.
I don't have any good
I agree.
armor.
It would lend the place a certain witch's air. Shall I order new stands at once, sir?
Oh, no. I wasn't... No, that wasn't the part of it that I was...
It goes without saying, sir.
I was
There is nothing worse than
bringing it up for. I was bringing it up for the other part where Oxy said that she might
This time
be able to play
shall be
as
ready
well.
To display your finest finds. Is there anything,
I don't know if I'm
anything
supposed to
else
say that.
you require, sir?
Was wondering about the guest room. Not that I'm expecting company, but...
Oh, but that is immaterial. All self-respecting homes should boast a comfortable...
Well, I don't know if Oxy wanted me to say it or not.
Yeah, sooner we start on that, the better.
I can tell a man of action immediately.
I'll be honest. When me and Oxy were talking about it, I was kind of like, she said something like, "I don't know if I'll be able to make it. It depends on the time," kind of thing. And I was kind of like, "Oh no," because I was kind of hoping that Oxy would be there to kind of alleviate some of the stress I may incur by interacting with people I don't know.
Any further changes could prove
So it's
a step down the slope towards the brash. I firmly advise against it.
Starting to get into this whole renovating thing.
Yeah.
There must be other things.
So I managed to slyly convince Oxy that it would be a good idea. Plus, I think the only reason she didn't know whether she'd be able to play or not was based on the time. And when I told her what time it was, what time it was at, she said that she should be able to join. So
You know,
There you go.
Roach, my horse? Well, we've been through a lot together. And since I finally got a decent place to stay, I think she deserves one too.
Hello,
A
Falco.
sturdy stable testifies to a most honorable owner. Just say the word, and I'll have them start working on it at once.
Bonus to
My
horses
Roach deserves
stamina.
the best.
Nice.
Have them refurbish the stables.
I shall get to work at once.
And the herbs as well. Do the herbs at the same time.
Construction takes time, though likely no more than 2 days. Will you be needing anything else, sir?
Herbs.
So sometimes I have to brew a potion.
How am I feeling after the jab?
The herbs I need
I feel
growing
fine.
anywhere nearby.
No issues whatsoever. Apparently it happens like after you've, like it's the next day.
Seems the ideal place to cultivate herbs. In fact, it's roomy enough to plant shrubbery.
Good idea, Barnabas Basil. Herbs there will save me hours of painstaking searching and harvesting.
The idea is yours, sir. I am but the humble executor of your will. I believe we shall have sown the first seeds in 2 days' time. Will you be needing anything else, sir?
That's all for now, BB. Thanks.
Wait 2 days for the stable to be refurbished. Wait 3 days for the stable, for the garden to be refurbished. I don't think I can use the bed because I'm having it replaced, so... Alright, 2 days. Not 2 days, is it? Is that classed as 2 days? Yes.
Renovations coming along all right?
I am delighted to inform you we have completed our labors. You can now devote yourself to enjoying the vineyard's delights to the fullest. You must forgive me.
Is that it? Is that all I had to do?
But I thought, with all the work on Corfo Bianco completed, and with the estate looking more beautiful than ever, it might be appropriate to commemorate the moment.
Sure.
Sure, why not?
During the tidying that preceded the renovations, I came across a bottle of Sapramento.
I don't know. I have this wine called the Butcher of Blaviken on me.
By what miracle it survived.
We could try that one.
Here, and we've course to open it today. And then he ran straight into the crowd, burning bouquet in hand. All thought it a part of the performance. So
What kind of celebration is this? It's just me and him chilling out on a bench.
It was not until the flames engulfed Baron Mahevkin's beard.
I thought we were gonna
that folk
like
began
have a
to
big
realize something
party.
was amiss and went to put out the fires.
Sounds like Monsieur Bolius and Madame Nina threw some first-rate balls here.
It was so. In this regard, Baron Rossel was decidedly more reserved.
So tell me, Barnabas Basil, what's the wine situation like here? Am I going to produce any this year?
This year is out, I fear, sir. Last autumn, a fungus destroyed all the vines. Baron Rossel had new ones planted, but it will be some time before they start bearing fruit. Assuming that is, the fungus does not reappear.
That'd be bad. This Sapramento got me dreaming. It's amazing.
Isn't it, though? Allow me to top you off, sir. There.
Thanks.
Alright, so I guess that was it. I have fully completed the grounds. It still kinda looks like shit, I'm not gonna lie. Welcome to the Corvo Bianco garden. Here you'll find the plants you need to create dyes to change the color of gear in Witcher sets. Any plants you pick will grow back. Excellent. There's some in here as well. Oh, the greenhouse. Herbs to create mutagens or change their colors. All right.
Hello.
Hello.
Something's in the wind.
Why does this sound so wet? I don't know. Alright, so I guess we're done with the renovations of Porvo Bianco. We don't need to worry about those anymore. Still only make one dye. I don't actually need the plants. I need the other part. I need like rubedo and rebis and hydragenum and not gonna say that one.
Something's in the wind. Scrub up. Soon. Long live Leon and Matilda.
So wait, where's the armor stone? Oh, this is the armorer bench and this is the grindstone. Alright, so what's left? We need to go visit Guilhem in the medic's tent, which is over here. Okay, I have no reason to ever go back to Chateau Geralt ever again. I've done all the renovations and I've still got 35k. I guess that 500 crowns I got from the bank really came in handy.
Witcher, I've a matter of prime urgency and...
Your wound. Feeling better?
It's healing splendidly, though I am to avoid trouble for some time. To be frank, that is precisely why I wish to speak with you.
Want me to stand in for you? Take on some trouble on your behalf?
That could very well be the case. You see, there is a maiden, nay,
Vivian,
lady.
perhaps?
I suspect someone's cast an ill spell upon her. A curse, perhaps.
Let me guess. She suddenly grew cold, haughty, and distant, though the night before she was flirtatious and alluring.
Tut tut, Witcher. You jest, yet the matter is grave. Though true, the lady in question is dear to my heart.
It's like Tommy Wiseau.
I fear she has fallen victim
From
to
a certain
magic,
angle, I was
and
going to
no
say
soul she
Owen
returned
Wilson
to for
when
heaven.
I wasn't talking to him and I just saw him standing there, but I think that's
What
more the
makes you
hair
think
than
she might be
anything.
cursed?
You must keep all I say
Wow.
to yourself, I beg you. I would never dare to be so indiscreet normally, yet I'm troubled about her, for her. Vivian shuns the company of others. Though the fairest maid at court, she keeps men at a distance. I thus determined I would resort to trickery.
Trickery? That even befitting of a knight?
In war, yes. And what is love if not battle? As it were, one evening I crouched in hiding outside her seamstress's home. As Vivian emerged from it, I too emerged, ever so gently but convincingly collided with her, then promptly offered to escort her home. She consented. At first, all augured well. I proposed a more scenic route. She agreed. I made kindly forays into conversation, and she even began to respond as we neared the end of our route.
Then suddenly,
mid-speech, from her mouth there flew a most
Dinner time.
hideous shriek.
Alright.
I
See you
stopped
later.
stone cold in my tracks while she turned red, then promptly ran off. I did not give chase that time. I attempted to approach her on several ensuing occasions, to learn what had happened, for I feared she had become entangled in some trouble. I noted that often, come night, she ventures into the woods, where I've seen her walk about a glade near a pool. I've striven on occasion to follow her, but lost track each time. It seemed then she'd melted into the air.
Sound you heard. She might have just had a sore throat.
Had I thought it possible the sound was natural, I never would have taken up your precious time.
Alright.
Notice any other strange behavior? Additional symptoms?
No, Vivian's avoided me wholly since the first encounter. But folk gossip.
What about?
They say she's secretive, that no one ever sees her after dusk. That she's wont to suddenly disappear.
Nothing unusual about any of that.
Well, I definitely
Tell
pressed
me
that
more
button.
about Vivian. Who is she? What's her story?
She's Her Enlightened Highness's lady-in-waiting. Her mother was a lady-in-waiting, her father a knight. That is all I've learnt, for the Duchessa grows angry when asked about her. Vivian spends her days within the palace walls. Yet we are in luck, for she has been named the tourney's patroness this year. Thus, each participant will be granted an audience with her.
Got a problem then. See, I'm not a participant.
But I
There's a
am.
solution already. You shall take my place in the lists and thus gain the chance to speak to her. I was looking forward to winning the tourney, very much so.
Shame.
Yet for Vivian, I am prepared to sacrifice anything.
Alright, what do I have to do for this
How's it work
tourney?
exactly?
It is the year's grandest and most important contest. Knights from all corners come to face off for the grand prize. And more importantly, for glory. A demanding test of knightly prowess in horsemanship, marksmanship and fencing. I qualified for the first time, had great hopes of winning. Yet...
Yeah, I get it. Anything for Vivian. Hardly a regular job, this. Not often I gotta take part in a tourney to fulfill a contract. Fee can't be anything ordinary either.
I'm no magnet to command heaps of coin, but naturally I shall award you a just amount. How much do you demand?
Whoa, that's a lot. Alright. Let's see if I can finally get the fabled 666.
I have comrades I can
Damn
ask.
it.
They would surely lend me coin, yet even that would not be enough. Could you not lower your fees somewhat?
Fine. 625.
I have comrades I can ask.
God damn it. 609.
I have comrades I can ask.
God damn it. 595.
Agreed. That is an amount I can indeed muster.
Fine, I'll look into it. Gotta admit, piqued my curiosity.
I shall be forever in your debt. Now, we must ensure you are not eliminated from the tourney before you can meet Vivian.
Don't have faith in me.
Could you show me how you shoot, ride and fight perchance? And you must learn the tourney rules, know how to apply them in practice. I did not mean to suggest I doubt your abilities. Everyone must train, even a witcher. Besides, the tourney contests must surely differ, require skills you don't usually apply, races above all. The choice is yours. Where shall we start?
I'm the greatest racer of all time.
Marksmanship. Feel I need to do some shooting.
Come with me. The marksmanship contest shall pit you against another for the best time and score. He who hits all his targets first wins.
Hope my aim's as good as that Cupid's who shot you.
Sometimes when you speak, I miss the meaning entirely.
Alright, so hit the reds,
Hit
avoid the
red
blues.
targets.
Oh, there's one right here. Oh, no, there wasn't.
Once more?
No, I think I got it.
Done enough shooting.
Where to now? If you wish to know my thoughts, were I you, I would train on the race course ahead of all else.
Alright, sure.
Let's do some riding. Roach will like that.
Excellent idea.
Alright.
Come with me.
Come on then. Where are we going?
The tourney's race differs from others you might have taken part in. You shall not ride against any opponent.
How's it a race at all, then?
It's a race against time.
Of course it is.
The true track begins in the arena, runs round the tourney grounds, then finishes again in the arena. The training track, however, lies beyond the arena. We shall go there now.
Oh, to be a witcher.
Alright, I've won every race I've participated in, so I should be fine.
All is ready. Now listen, for it can be quite a challenge. Along your route stand dummies and targets. The dummies you may cut with your blade. The targets you must hit from your crossbow. The time you have to complete the course shall increase each time you land a strike, be it with blade or bolt. It may sound simple enough, yet I've seen many a knight fail this contest and hang his head in shame.
Ooh,
During the
okay.
race proper, judges throughout the course shall tally your points. For now you may ride unperturbed by those matters.
Okay. Holding down an attack button will trigger a slow motion mode, which makes it easy for you to strike your target. Geralt will decide for himself which side to attack from based on the enemy's location. Holding down the aim button will trigger slow motion. Okay. I should have done this during the day. I can't see the targets. Oh, I missed. Can't see any air targets that I'm supposed to hit with my crossbow. Oh, there we go. Yeah, I mean, I guess that was fine.
Have you had enough, or do you wish to ride again?
Had enough. Rather not wear my horse down before the real race.
Where to now?
Be nice to swing, do some footwork, work up a sweat.
Very well. We shall practice infantry combat, one-on-one. Each knight opts for his own method. Rainfarn, for instance, fights halberd in hand. Come with me.
Well, I think I'll be fine
We will
with my
team
sword.
with other knights to fight. The clash simulates a true skirmish during battle. Come the end, you shall fight a duel.
Can I
It will
use
determine your
signs?
place on the podium. I always liked the duels the best, but now I can think only of my Vivian. In the end, it is good you will replace me. I sense I would simply be distracted this time.
As punishment for our sins, we have ceased to suffer.
God, where are we going?
Patrolling on an empty stomach. Oh, dreadful. Stand at the center of the training ground. A knight will approach and challenge you.
By my throat, it is the Witcher
For
who
honor,
saved us
sir,
from
we
war.
shall cross swords if you'll allow it.
Let us end this, you and I. Go on! No remorse!
Yeah, I'd say that went pretty well.
Do you wish to practice fighting a moment longer?
I do not.
Think I've seen enough. Sorry to be blunt, but the simplest Witcher contract demands more skill than this kind of combat.
Now you must go to the inscription tent. Honor and glory are all true and good, but your scrolls must be in order.
Go to the inscription tent and enter the tourney. Well, we are going to enter the tourney tomorrow, because I have to go. I know I started late. I still need to end on time. So yeah, I'm going to be heading off. Thank you guys for hanging out. Tomorrow I'll be back at the normal time of 10 AM UK time. The Rattled and Jay Steezy, thank you guys for the follows earlier. I appreciate it. I will catch you guys tomorrow. I hope you enjoyed the rest of your Thursday. Have a good one. I'll see you guys later. Bye.